Attention in the barn. We're about to start the pig show here in a few minutes. If you are not a ag teacher, exhibitor, or a volunteer, please wish your students good luck and come join us in the arena and watching the classes. All right, we're about to start calling class 1 to the staging. So if we can have our aisles clear as we start calling class 1 for staging.
I gotta get a
From Klein Collins, start making your way to the show ring. Class 1 pigs from Klein Collins, start making your way to the show ring.
last time.
Our market pig show this year. Our swine show is sponsored by TNG Utility, and we would like to thank our following sponsors. Our Grand Champion buckle is sponsored by Mike and Lisa Klein. Grand Champion trophy, retired Principal Randy Kirk, Klein Collins High School. Reserve Champion buckle is the Reynolds family. Showmanship buckle is the Resendez family. Showmanship trophy, Klein Kane High School, Miss Lauren Marty Principal. And our reserve showmanship, Scott Drilling.
This morning we would like to welcome Mr. Troy Oliver as our judge. Mr. Oliver currently is an agriculture science teacher and FFA advisor in Sealy, Texas, where he has 28 years of experience in agriculture education.
He began his teaching in Klein ISD and is a graduate of Sam Houston State University. Having showing and raising livestock, Troy brings both practical industry knowledge and strong education perspective in the show ring. Currently, Mr. Oliver also serves as the chairman of the FFA Board of Directors. We'd like to welcome Mr. Troy Oliver to our show ring.
Let's give these students a round of applause.
As Mr. Oliver is discussing and talking to their pigs, and as they exit the ring,
That's the way you start off a hog show right there, and this can be a fun day. These two young men right here bring the nice duo out into the ring to start off the show with, and as they kind of recompose themselves and get those hogs out in the center of the ring for us to talk about. Sure going to be a fun day. Sure am appreciative of the opportunity to be here today, so let's have some fun with a hog show. We got get the chance to work with Mr. Dietze over there on Showmanship, so it's going to be a good day. Hey, this little belted hog right here with a cool belly and cool underline, boy, this one's big at the ground, big at its chest, square throughout, square bladed, lays back enough in its blade, stays so level in its top line, and then gets out and moves really well. Just a touch more elevated at all those important parts compared to our second, third, and our fourth place pig today. I love this one's athleticism. The rib shape is exceptional. The back is fresh right there. Really, really nice hog with athletic build to get out and be our first class winner today. Congratulations. This black hog's just as good at the ground, just as good in his chest, but he needs to be more elevated and a little more athletic. The longer he goes and the longer he stays out here, the more restricted he gets in his movement because his shoulder is just a touch straighter. He's a little more restricted off those rear two. He's a little harsher through the rear third of his body, but he sure is fresh and big in his back shape, and I like that about him. Nicely done by that exhibitor. Kind of an outlier in terms of shoulder height and stature is this one right here in third. I just like to level that one out in terms of its top line, laying back in its blades, make him a little more agile and more correct and more stable on those rear two, soften him up through his rear flank just a little bit. He's a little harsh for me, even for a lightweight pig, but he sure does got some good rugged features to him, like that pig a bunch right there in three. Little short mini-me right here in fourth. This one's a little shorter at the shoulder, a little deeper about his chest, not quite as tall in terms of his cannon bone. But then after that, he paints the right type of picture in terms of rib shape, body condition, muscle up top. Really, really like him. Going away, he gets a little rounder, wants to bow at that hock just a little bit. If we could pick him up out of the shavings and drive him a little bit farther from the surface, I think we'd like that one even more. Nice job feeding and presenting that one today. Congratulations. The one that comes next is a tall-shouldered one. I like his ear set. I like the way he holds that nose up into the air. That gilt's got to be a little softer and fuller and more productive about its body shape. Handle those rear two just a tick better to compare with the top four in the class. But I think there's a lot of good, fresh shape in that one. Nicely done by that exhibitor. One that comes next is also a big-chested one. This hog's not as aggressive in the turns that it has to the top side of its body, a little frailer about its feature. That's where we change that one the most, but another good-bodied one that's been shown well. Nicely done by her. As we work through the next group, we start to get into some that from a structural standpoint maybe give up just a little bit of those ideal qualities, but mostly that rib shape's not there. They get a little drier in the center, a little harsher about their rear flank, a little harder bodied. I think that's where this pair come together. They're big back, but they need to be more productive in their body shape. The young lady's driving one that's big-footed. He had some pieces to him that, but looks like he just didn't perform at the feed bucket in terms of just softening up and bodying down compared to the ones ahead of him. But he's big-bladed, big-footed. I like so many pieces about that one. The belted hog comes next, and that one just needs to be a little bit more aggressive in the turns to his body, and then the white hog just narrows to the ground. Got some nice shape in his top line, but needs to have more body and more base width to sort any higher in the class. Really nice group of lightweights. Let's give all of them a big round of applause. I know you are ready for that.
Results in
Class 1. In 10th place, Cole Gray, Klein Oak. 9th place, Carla Pena Perez, Klein High. 8th place, Kendra Cabrera, Klein Cane. 7th place, Isabella Toussaint, Klein Collins. 6th place, Victoria Begley, Klein Oak. 5th place, Emma Benet, Klein Kane. 4th place, Sophia Jarmila Sebastian, Klein Kane. 3rd place, Ava Perez, Klein Collins. 2nd place, Trevor Shaw, Klein Kane. And your Class 1 winner, Aiden Benangas, Klein Kane.
This year we have a
Slight change into how we're working our showmanship. So this year, we have an additional showmanship judge that's here that's evaluating the students on their showmanship skills. This year, our showmanship judge is Mr. Jacob Dietze. Let me find his bio real quick.
Mr. DT is our showmanship judge today, and he's an ag science teacher and experienced
Livestock judge over two decades involvement in agriculture education. He's judged market and breeding shows across the state and brings extensive knowledge in evaluating cattle, sheep, swine, and meat goats. Please welcome Jacob Dietze. Students, as they were exiting and that are bringing back for showmanship, were given a poker chip for them to keep, but also to signify that they were called back for showmanship. Those individuals that were given chips today and coming back for showmanship: Trevor Shaw, Kendra Cabrera, Ava Perez, Sophia Sebastian, Aiden Benangas, and Carla Pena Perez. Class 2 pigs from Klein Collins, start making your way. Class 2 pigs from Klein Collins, start making your way.
That's what they tell me every time. I went all the way to Mississippi and judge one time, and they were like, it's hard to find somebody who can see grapefruits and brain nuts. I said,
Class 2 pigs from Klein Oak, start making their way to the show ring. Class 2 pigs from Klein Oak, Klein Collins, make their way to the show ring.
It's hard, I ain't gonna lie. I just start looking at life sometimes.
Family over there kind of South Louisiana,
Yeah.
Rayford, and then they got Angus.
You know, Tesh, he sells a bunch of breakfast. He sells a bunch of them over there. There was a breakfast bull one time I judged, I don't remember, a few years ago over there. And next year was a shit. It looked like it was a seminar. He was so good. And they were fighting on it. Are you sure? They were talking to the guy. He's like, yeah, I got a damn poker for my own. And they were fighting. He won hands down the whole show. Bull show. That thing was good.
Man, he's like a quiet, just superstar in that deal.
Oh yeah, they don't show, the kids don't show him. And he'll have reserve or champion female every year at Houston. And I think that's the national show. And then sometimes you'll get some money to get
Class 2 pigs, Klein Collins, Klein Oak, Klein Forest, Klein Kane, Klein High, make your way to the show ring.
Riley.
students a round of applause.
Pause as Mr. Oliver discusses their pigs with them as they're going to exit the show ring.
Hey, another really good class here, easy to get excited. Hey, I love the enthusiasm over on this side of the building. We get this side cranked up over here before the morning gets along. It'll be an even better day. Hey, I think this is the combination pig in the class. Maybe he tiptoes around the ring, kind of pace this barrel because he's going to have a long day. I think this one's the squarest at the ground, squarest through his knee. I appreciate that about him. I love his rib shape. I love his top side dimension that he carries. Whenever he decides to take a definitive step, I think his skeleton reads to be the purest of the group. That's my class winner. Boy, this kind of gray, lightly colored black pig here with an off belt, really big belt body. Love that about him. Boy, he's so expressive over his blades. I think he needs to be a little bit more stable in terms of the step that he takes. Gets a little bit outside of himself, wants to narrow from his knee down and funnel down to the ground just a little bit. For as much fullness and back shape as he has, I'd like to strengthen him just a touch at the ground. That sure is a cool, well-fed, big-bodied pig with a lot of quality. The one in third that's going out the gate over there, just a touch frailer than the top two today. Maybe he's got the added advantage in terms of blades forward there, the way that he carries his nose into there. At his knee, he begins to taper down into the ground. He has the deficiency in base width compared to our top two. Young lady did a really nice job with him. Young man right here in fourth. We didn't initially pin this pig when we first went to pinning them. I didn't prefer his top side skeleton. Gets a little high right there after his last rib. Wants to kind of roll and tuck those feet up underneath him just a little bit more than I like to call one athletic. But man, continue to read him from his blades forward. Continue to read him in the way that he's fed through the midsection of his body. Talk about the squareness that the gilt has on either side of her pin bones. I think there's a lot of quality and deserve to continue to work up into the class. He did a nice, quiet job of getting that one exhibited to me so I could find that one. Good job by him. A nice big backed one here with some big, nice four-rib shape. Like to soften that one a little bit into its rear third of its body to go with that cool front end that it has. Doesn't handle that rear leg, wants to jab it into the ground. Not as comfortable as it gets out and goes. Hey, this pig, just from an outlines perspective, maybe is as good as anything in the class. I love its skeleton from a build standpoint, but I got to bold and stouten that one up. Make it stouter at the ground, meaning wider at the ground. Make it bigger forearm, bigger in its pin set. She did a really nice job of just putting one together in a nice package that has paints a really cool picture. Hey, this one's got some pieces right here. It's got the big back, it's got the nice forerib, but that rear third of its body doesn't complement the front half of it. I'd like to level that one's hip and strengthen that one at the ground in terms of where that foot hits and the way that it strides, give it a little bit more athleticism. Boy, but he can sure push it and sure make it go. Very complimentary of the job that he's done. The one that comes next, we got to balance this pig up just a little bit in terms of rear flank. We got to stouten and make it more aggressive in the ribs and the top side kind of creases and places where we like to see that muscle pushed up on it. And it doesn't handle its rear too quite as comfortably as the ones ahead of it. The one that comes next is a little bit cresty about it right there behind its ears, meaning we like to smooth it out, maybe take a little bit of that bottom third of that one, just kind of harden him up a little bit, groove him up in his top side, because I think there's a lot of good pieces to that one. Round out our top 10 with another good one here. Big chested hog, got a big blade. We want to make that one a little more comfortable as it gets out and goes, but I told the young lady, need just a little bit more shape. Really, really good class. We had 13 in there. We pinned 10. They all did a great job feeding. Let's give them a round of applause back into the barn. Nicely done in class 2.
Results in Class 2. 10th place, Zara Garza from Klein High. 9th place, Marley Gonzalez, Klein Forest. 8th place, Madeline Veliz, Klein Kane. 7th place, Hayden Lemon, Klein Kane. 6th place, Elena Allen, Klein Kane. 5th place, Charlie Crowell, Klein Oak. Fourth place, General Stevens, Klein Collins. Third place, Layla Gonzalez, Klein Forest. Second place, Audrey Osterman, Klein Oak. And your Class 2 winner, Jocelyn Halford, Klein Kane. Your exhibitors called back for showmanship are Hayden Lemon, Audrey Osterman, Madeline Valise, Ryan Jernigan, and Charlie Crowell. Three pigs from Klein Collins, Klein Oak. Start making your way to the show ring. Class 3 pigs from Klein Collins, Klein Oak. Let's start making your way to the show ring.
Class 3 pigs, Klein Collins, Klein Oak, Klein Forest. Let's make your way to the show ring. Collins, Oak, Forest. Let's start bringing your pigs to the show ring.
Ryan Jernigan. Okay.
He did good.
Pigs from Klein Hiles start making their way to the show ring. All Class 3 pigs making their way to the show ring.
tweaks up there, it keeps coming undone.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's not a...
Well, the thing is, once it comes unplugged, I have to restart the stream for it to activate again, so I'm just considering that down right now.
Okay, I was just going to tape it for you, but...
I don't have any tape, but if, after the Swine Show, I'll tape it up.
Okay, okay.
Hey,
really fun pair here up at the top of this class. They both got some exceptional pieces. I think this one brings just a little bit more in terms of athleticism. He handles his feet and legs with a little more comfort. He's able to push and pull off that front end of his skeleton just a little bit more. Is he perfect in the way that those rear two hit the ground? No, but I think he's better than our second. Then he gets into a big blade, a cool body, a proportional build. I like all those things about him. I think he's pretty modern, pretty trendy in terms of nose to tail there. I like him. I think he balances up nice. Congratulations. I told the young lady with the narrow belted a couple of times when they came into the ring, I said, pace yourself, pace yourself. This one's got so many good pieces that I knew that it would be a player all the way to the end. If we could make him just a little bit more comfortable in the way that he's able to travel, he'd win, hands down. He's got big pieces, he's got big feet, he's got big forearm, he's big back, he's big pinned, he's big skulled, he's big chested. All the places you're supposed to be big, he is. I just wish he could go just a little bit more comfortable and a little more athletic. Super job right there. Congratulations. The 1 and 3, I think, is just a good hog. I mean, that balances up. It has the type of body shape that I like to find in one. That's complimentary of the feed job that you've done to get it this Barra to this point. He's frailer featured. His head, his skull, his foot, his forearm, his chest, all those things come together in just a little bit frailer package than our top two in our class. Love the angles of that one. Love the way that it gets out and goes whenever he decides to be a show pig out here. I think there's a lot of good balance, a lot of good features in that one. Congratulations. All right, our fourth place pig. Hey, the profile of this one really suits me. Hey, this young lady kind of drives through the traffic quietly. That hog tilts its ears back there over its blades. He takes a good enough step, but whenever you watch him come at you and watch him go away, he's for sure the narrowest of my top end of this class. Got to change the base width. After that, I'm a big fan. Congratulations. This young lady does a nice job quietly driving this hog. He's the least correct in the way that his skeleton is put together, the way that his shoulder works in conjunction with his front two, the way that he gets a little higher in his spine there, throws those back 2 feet, not quite as confident in where those are going to land. The gilt's just not built with the same degree of integrity that our top end of our class are, but I do like the chest dimension, the blade, the way that one's fresh back comes on to and presents itself. She knows how to handle that hog and keep him at the right pace. Really complimentary of the job that she's done. Just wish that hog could move and work his skeleton just a little bit better, and I'd like him even more. The black hog is well fed, good body, productive in the way that gilt comes at you. She's frailer footed, she's frailer featured, she's not as aggressive in the turns to her muscle, and that's where we'll leave it. Nice job by him. The one that comes next is one that, man, from a distance, we read all the angles, the levelness of design, the correctness of shoulder, the way that tail sits into the top of the hip, the set to that rear hock. You get over to the top of that one, it's the least aggressive in the terms of the shapeliness that it presents today. I got to groove that one up, freshen that one's back shape up just a little bit, and give it just a little more punch when we come to a muscle contest. The one that comes next is one that I don't like as much from a balance standpoint. He wants to narrow to the ground a little bit. His ears sit on top of his blades just a little bit. But man, he's got a cool back shape to him. His muscle sits up on top of him nicely, but I wish I could change the skeleton just a little bit. The next two are similar in a lot of ways. For as big bodied as they are, they're not nearly as base width dimensional. I'd like to change the aggressive shapes that they have, but I sure do appreciate how full and mature that the two exhibitors have fed them to this point. There's a difference in skeleton between 9 and 10 there. 10 gets a little bit higher in his spine, wants to roll in his hip just a little bit. Really good class there. Biggest class of the day, definitely high quality all the way throughout.
Results in Class 3. 10th place, Zoe Kowalski, Klein. Ninth place, Lottie Harashi, Klein Oak. Eighth place, Cameron Hager, Klein Oak. Seventh place, Keone Brumman, Klein High. Sixth place, William Bratton, Klein Oak. Fifth place, Maya Schwint, Klein High. Fourth place, Giovanni Isao, Klein Oak. Third place, Mia Swasti, Klein Forest. Second place, Julianne Watson, Klein Collins. And your Class 3 winner, Eric Hernandez, Klein Forest. Coming back for showmanship in Class 3, Paul Logan, Klein Oak. William Bratton, Klein Oak. Julianne Watson, Klein Collins. Eric Hernandez, Klein Forest. And Zoe Kowalski, Klein.
How many in this class?
12.
12? Okay.
All right, calling Class 4 pigs. Klein Collins, Klein Oak. Start making your way to the show ring. Class 4 pigs from Klein Collins and Klein Oak. Start making your way to the show ring.
Funnel that way. Klein Forest, Klein Kane, start bringing your pigs to the show ring. Forest and Kane, bring your pigs to the show ring.
give these exhibitors a round of applause as our judge talks with them as they are introducing the showroom.
skeleton that he has. He can move good enough on his rear too. He's got all the parts and pieces of a good, well-fed center portion of that one's body. Nice hog to win this class. Hey, if we could elevate and extend this one right here in second, I think that one's got a fresh back and a big, productive body. Not quite as stout at any point as the one that wins the class today. She does a tremendous job driving that guy uphill. I like his head. I like his back. I wish he's a little more elevated, a little more extended. Change the angles just a tick. Nicely done by her. The one in 3 kind of patterns the previous class that we had. Just a good pig. Love the well-fed quality, meaning big in his forerib, big in his midrib, and deep and soft in his flank without going too far. That hog's not nearly as aggressive in the turns to his upper side of his body. He's a little bit frailer featured in terms of his foot, forearm, and chest floor compared to our top 2, but a really good hog. Quietly gets the job done out here. It was on the radar the entire time. Kind of pinned it a little bit later because she was over on the outside edge there, but does a really nice job of showing that pig. The gray pig that comes next is one that's got some good parts. It's a big-chested one, a big bladed type. You know, I wish it had a little bit more glow to it in terms of just that skin color. I wish it handled its rear legs just a little bit better. But when she gets it going, he'll take a confident step. But with that much body and that much rib shape, I kept working that one up kind of from that 8-9 range all the way into that top 4 just because of that back shape and the freshness that it had. Hey, the black hog is well presented in terms of hair and skin. I love that about this exhibitor and the work that they did. I got to change this one at the ground. This is the narrower one of my top 5. He funnels down and tapers into to his toes there. Got to open him up in his forerib, open him up, and give him a little bit more punch compared to our top 4. Nice hog right there in 5. The blue hog's the same. I mean, he's got the right fed quality to him in terms of he's full, but he doesn't have nearly the fresh shape down the top side of his body, and he too gets a little narrow at his knee, a little closed up at the ground compared to our top end. I thought the black hog just had a little bit better skeleton than him in terms of profile, and that's where I sort 5 and 6. The one that comes in 7 is one that's got a lot of good pieces to him as well. The young lady gets him out. He's not nearly as athletic, right? As he comes and goes, he really throws those toes outside of himself. Not quite as sure where he wants those rear 2 to land, but he is big pinned. He is big bladed. We want to elevate him just a touch at that shoulder and change the plane of his rear 2 just a little bit. But she did a good job of getting one full and fresh down the top side of his body. This hog gets a little bit off in terms of his skeleton, especially the rear third of his body. Not sure how he wants to handle that hip. As that white planes into the black there, he gets a little higher in his spine, has to really pick that tail up to move those rear 2 feet. That shows that's a problem as far as his skeleton goes, but it also changes the muscle that one can pack onto his hip. We want to level his hip and change him there so he can pack a little bit more onto that rear portion of his body. The one that comes next is a good hog in terms of body shape. I like that about him. I wish this hog was just more aggressive and stouter featured. Just kind of quietly grabs your attention because of that sure-fed quality right through the center of his body. He's not nearly as punchy in terms of the top side of his skeleton. He's got wide muscle. He needs to have more aggressively shaped muscle down the top side of his body and be a touch stouter in terms of bone. The one that rounds out this top end of this class has got a big back, but he's got the most challenges for his skeleton. We want to level that guy out, push his shoulder back, pull his toe out from underneath him. That would change the way that he presents himself. But, man, he's got a fresh back. She put all the right things in the feed bucket, dealt with the skeleton best she could. Really good class. Let's give them all a big round of applause. I know they appreciate that.
Class 4 results. 10th place, Destiny Caldwell, Klein. 9th place, Bailey DePhillips, Klein Oak. 8th place, Mackenzie Carney, Klein Oak. 7th place, Natalie Mosher, Klein Kane. 6th place, Abigail Bateman, Klein Oak. 5th place, Daniela Acosta, Klein Oak. 4th place, Hannah Botner, Klein Collins. 3rd place, Angie Gomez, Klein Forest. 2nd place, Hayden Mathern, Klein Collins. And your Class 4 winner, Logan Stanley, Klein Kane. Coming back for showmanship, Mackenzie Carney, Klein Oak. Hayden Mathern, Klein Collins. Hannah Botner, Klein Collins. Logan Stanley, Klein Kane. And Natalie Mosher, Klein Kane. If you drive a Cadillac XT4 license plate RLD 328, please go move your vehicle as you're blocking our show supply trailer. Cadillac XT4 license plate RLD 328. We need you to move your vehicle as it's blocking our show supply trailer. Pigs from Klein Collins and Klein Oak, start making your way to the show ring.
Class 5 pigs from Klein Collins and Klein Oak start making their way to the show ring.
He won't listen.
So many of the hogs today we're going to be critical of needing a little more grooved up top shape with aggressive turns. This guy found those. He's big forearm, he's big backed, he's square pinned, but then he narrows just a touch to the ground. He's not nearly as comfortable in the way that his skeleton puts together. We want to lay him back in his shoulder, relax him in his top, and give him just a little bit longer stride. Nice pig, nice well-fed quality to his top line. Right here, this pig's got good body shape, but he's over at his shoulder. He's outside of himself just a little bit. It's all about the way that his skeleton comes together. Put a good body on one, get a good fresh back shape. You're going to work your way up to the middle of this class, but we need to change his build just a touch. But nice job by her. She's quiet and smooth and keeps that hog moving at all times. This one's got the right body shape. I appreciate the fed, full look of it, but whenever you get over the top of that one, we want to give him a little bit more punch. We want to kind of freshen him up just a little bit when we talk about from blade to hip there. But a nice pig that can get out and go pretty well. Just like to change kind of the shapeliness of that one's muscle. The two that come next are very similar. We'd like to change them at the ground. We'd like to strengthen them in the way that their shoulder lays back into their blade. Maybe they don't get out and move with the same comfort. That's the case of the ninth place pig. Just not as comfortable on those rear two. But man, whenever you can put that much back into one, that's a good job. The one that rounds out the top 10, there's a big difference between muscle shape between 9th and 10th. That hog can move better, but needs a little bit more shapeliness down the top side. Good bodied pigs as we move into the middle of the show. I like that about them. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause. They worked hard to get these hogs fed and presented today.
Results in Class 5. 10th place, Narissa Garcia, Klein Forest. In 9th place, Haley Garcia, Klein High. 8th place, Honor Peterson, Klein High. 7th place, Kirsten Rivet, Klein Collins. 6th place, Tristan Lewis, Klein Oak. 5th place, Brooke Gower, Klein Kane. 4th place, Alexis Solonic, Klein Forest. 3rd place, Reagan Shaw, Klein Kane. 2nd place, Alejandro Cifuentes, Klein Forest. And your Class 5 winner, Aiden Sosa, Klein Collins. Coming back for showmanship, Reagan Shaw, Klein Kane. Brooke Gower, Klein Kane. Caroline Pasternak, Klein High. Aiden Sosa, Klein Collins. And Narissa Garcia, Klein Forest. Class 6 pigs from Klein Oak and Klein Forest start making their way to the show ring. Class 6 pigs, Kane, Forest, Oak start making their way to the show ring.
He's big and 40, but one of them was that I think. right here. Thank you.
a bit for, hey, this is a really solid class from top through midway and even into 10th place here. Really solid, well-fed hogs. I just think the one that wins today just gets out and goes with the most comfort and the correctness of skeleton. It takes a good step. Is it the widest base and the biggest bladed and the most expressive in its top line? No, but I think when you combine all things and call that hog muscular enough, square in the right places, and with a good amount of meat animal shape on it, I like that one to be the most athletic with a good body condition there, good body shape, good well-fed look, gets out and goes, looks like a class winner to me. Congratulations. The one right here in 2 doesn't really hit me from the beginning because it just doesn't have the super aggressive shape that maybe we have in 3, 4, and 5 when we compare them. But I think he's the most like our class winner. We kind of deviate just a little bit and pick some that we really prefer their skeleton. I like the way that one's front third functions, the way its top line works in relationship to its feet and legs. Could I square him up just a little bit at the ground compared to our class winner? Yeah, but I think at the same time you can make the argument there's a little bit more punch down the top side of that one. Really good pair of athletes right there in 1 and 2. Congratulations. The 1 and 3, man, this hog didn't want to show for us. The longer we get out here and the more kind of restricted and tight that it gets. That's a good-bodied, big-back hog that's got some good parts to its skeleton. Maybe trim it up through its jowl and into its chest floor there just a little bit. That'd probably freshen him up in his back just a tick. But I think that hog, whenever he decides he wants to, you read his skeleton to be pretty good. You get around behind him, as wide as he is at his pin bones, he can carry a little bit more. It's that freshness of that top side that I'd like to change the most and give him just a little bit trimmer face and underline there. Nicely done. Man, we got a tight decision right here in 4 and 5, and I know that's an important line as we bring 4 out. As we take 4 out there, just a nice hog with some good balance, some good pieces. That one, too, wants to kind of get more restricted, wants to punch that rear leg just a little bit. Sure is beautiful in its back shape. I like that about him. Young man right here, if we could kind of elevate this one just a little bit, kind of stretch him out from his ears to his blades. I like so much about the middle portion of this one. I like the way you fed him with a good soft flank and a good fresh top. Just like to change him and stretch him out and make him a little bit better. His most concerning part is as he walks away from you, he really wants to bow at that hock and get uncomfortable at the toe there. But nicely done. Let's give him a big round of applause. You can tell that this means a lot to him as it does most of them today. Hey, this is a good tall-shouldered one, little shorter, strided, little narrower at the ground. But man, it's got some good back shape. Make this one a little more agile on the move, and we'd like that one even more. Good job by that exhibitor. A pair of ladies next that we want to kind of groove these hogs up a little bit in their top shape to fit their skeletons. See, he wants to narrow at his knee a little bit, but it's that freshness down the top side of his body we'd like to change to go with that good, big, deep body and soft flank that pig has. She did a good job of getting him around the ring. This one right here, we pinned it. We kind of worked our way, put this one in different spots as we kind of worked our way through it, but we got to groove that one up from end to end. I like the proportionality. I like the kind of the shortness, short back look of that one. As it goes, it wants to throw those toes out just a little bit, but most importantly, change the aggressive nature of that one's muscle. The one that comes next is a base narrower one that gets a little flatter sided compared to the big bodied gilts and bears that preceded it. Wants to narrow from its hock down into the ground. This one, as he kind of goes around the ring, you're a little bit concerned of the way that this one reaches out and goes because it's so short coupled. Shorten its front third, shorten its hip there. Like to change that to give it a little more coordinated look, but ultimately freshen that one up just a touch. Stature and condition sometimes go together, and I think that's the case in this one. Nicely done. Good group of well-fed pigs. Solid group of exhibitors today.
If you drive the Cadillac XT4 license plate RLD3208, you've got about 10 minutes to get that moved before it gets towed out of its spot. as it's blocking our show trailer and we cannot get into that for the show supplies. Cadillac XT4 RLD 328. You've got about 10 minutes before it gets towed. Class 6 results. In 10th place, Ty Nguyen, Klein Oak. 9th place, Lux Crow, Klein High. 8th place, Jaden Needon, Klein Kane. 7th place, Cora Winston, Klein High. 6th place, Ashlyn Lawman, Klein Oak. 5th place, Abel Orozco, Klein Forest. 4th place, Camila Gill, Klein Oak. 3rd place, Nicole Velardes Garcia, Klein Forest. 2nd place, Kennedy Griffin, Klein High. And your Class 6 winner, Natalie Busman, Klein Kane. Coming back for showmanship from Class 6, Cora Winston, Klein High. Abel Orozco, Klein Forest. Camila Gill, Klein Oak. Kennedy Griffin, Klein High. And Amir Mundy, Klein Forest. And last call for the Cadillac XT4 RLD 328 to move your vehicle. Class 7 bigs. Calling Class 7 bigs from Klein Kane, Klein Oak, Klein Forest. Bring your bigs here to the show ring. Oak, Kane, Forest. Bring your bigs to the show ring.
I like this one. I think the pace that it gets out and goes with that big old back that it has, that the chine bone lays down way down in that one's spine. It explodes into just a huge rib cage there, square about its pin set. Is he the longest off those rear two? No, but I think he's good enough with that good body, good extension, good composition to him. I think that's a class winner. Congratulations. The one in second is a stout dude, man. He's got a big foot, a big knee, a big chest, a big blade, all those stout features that you like to put into one with a big, fresh back. I love that about him. Maybe we can stretch him out just a little bit, soften him, and maybe give him just a little bit more on his edge there of his loin as he carries and ties into the back of his hip there. Really good pig, like 1 and 2. The 1 and 3 right here sure is balanced, sure is built right from a profile. I think this one gives up some punch in terms of head, foot, knee, forearm, chest dimension, and over its blade and out through its pin set. I think you could make the argument that this one kind of fits with our previous pattern and out of the last class in terms of being built right in its skeleton, balances up very nicely. I need a little more stoutness. I couldn't get around just the big features of those two ahead of them. I like what she does as she gets out here, got good control of that pig, and at the same time has fed one to its best. Congratulations to her. The one in 4 is a pig that's got good feet and legs. It's got a good body shape to it. Not nearly as crisp and fresh on the lower third and then the upper portion of that one's body. Freshen that one up just a little bit, carve a little bit more out of that one. I think he moves better than the one that comes out next. Just kind of worked its way, just being on a good productive type hog to be placed into 4th today. The narrow belted one wants to close at his knee, close down to the ground just a little bit. Consequently, he's a little bit narrower bladed, but ultimately he's not nearly as aggressive as the 4 that were ahead of him in the shapeliness of his top. As he wants to step, he really is off on that rear 2, really takes a short step, can't really push and pull off the back end of his skeleton, change him the most right there. The one that comes next has got a good body shape, as do most of the hogs in this class. We want to level that one out, pull his ears out in front of him just a little bit, lay him back in his blade, and then give him a little more comfort and stability on how the rear 2 hit. Good fresh backed one, like that about that feature of that pig. Young man that comes next really hustles out here as he drives his hog. That guy wants to narrow to his knee, not nearly as dimensional at the ground as he is through his chest floor. You can see that he opens up into a big forerib, but when you get over the top of him, not nearly as just expressive and dimensional and just cut up into the top of the side of his skeleton, like to make that muscle a little more, just sit up on top of his body with just a little bit more feature, but a nice hog. Young man, another one that does a good job driving one right here. That hog's nose carries in the right spot, but he is a little bit straighter about his shoulder, a little bit frailer about his feature, wants to close up into his forerib there and funnels down to the ground as he just doesn't handle those rear 2, but he did a good job feeding one full and fresh as he can make it. The next 2 are some that I'd like to change their skeleton, change their muscle pattern just a little bit. This pig doesn't handle himself quite as well, not as comfortable. We throw him into that 9th spot just because he's got a good body shape to him, and he's been well fed and a lot of trips to the feed store for that one to get him that full and that productive in his look. I like this one's skeleton in a lot of ways. I think he's got a big skull, a big stout square chest. He needs to be fuller through his chest and through his forerib and into his mid flank there, and carry that back into his rear 1/3. And I'd like that pig anymore because I think he's got some levelness and some good length of stride there. Got a lot of good features, just need to be fuller. Nice pigs all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause.
7. In 10th place, Callie Strickland, Klein Oak. 9th place, Preston Murphy, Klein Kane. 8th place, Kellen Carter, Klein Oak. 7th place, Fernando Villarreal, Klein Oak. 6th place, Madison Ali, Klein Oak. 5th place, Audrey Ivy, Klein Kane. 4th place, Sierra Meza, Klein. 3rd place, Jordan Egbert, Klein Kane. 2nd place, Coven Carroll, Klein Kane. And your Class 7 winner, Allison Nava, Klein Forest. Coming back for showmanship from Class 7, Jordan Egbert, Kellen Carter, Sierra Meza, Allison Nava, and Fernando Villarreal. We have Class 8 coming to the show ring for our final class of the day. We got Class 8 coming to the show ring.
It's on camera. It's on camera.
give these exhibitors, excuse me, let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause as they're about to exit the showroom on their exit tonight.
Always the extras, yeah.
really nice class here of heavyweights. These guys have taken more trips to the feed bucket, the feed store, than anybody else to get these hogs to this progressive weight here. This black-headed hog sure is smooth from end to end for me. I love the body shape that it has. The skeletal makeup of this one, whenever you get it out of the corner and whenever she decides to be kind of a show gilt there and step out and show us, she's a little bashful, doesn't want to come out of the corner. Sure do like her, the way that she's put together, like the muscle, like just the outline that she draws. Good, solid, well-fed pig, good hair coat. We got everything but one that just wants to motor and dance across the ring there. Read all those parts, wide in the appropriate places, laid back where it needs to. The geometry all works. I like that one to be the class winner. Congratulations. Hey, there's another one that wants to kind of cave into the corner, but we got a good enough look at that one when it first came into the ring. Good body of a heavyweight type, a little bit straighter about its shoulder, a little bit more jammed up and restricted in how it gets out and goes. But I think it's got a good combination of body and boldness through the center of its rib there, and then some back shape to complement that good, well-fed quality of it. The 1 and 3 just kind of lands there by default. I'd like to, meaning he's got good body, he's got good muscle, but he's sure not what the other two are in terms of being laid back in his blade and being agile and athletic whenever he gets out and goes. You can see his top line doesn't have the integrity, doesn't stay quite together, but at the same time, he's got some looseness and some flexibility about the way that it gets out and goes that says that's a well-moving, well-traveling hog. Good big pieces to that gilt. I just like her being the well-fed quality. Kind of fits a pattern I like to stay to. Kind of falls into that third spot there, just on the good qualities of the feed bucket there and some nice muscle. The one that comes next, man, that hog just kind of grows on you as it comes out here. Gets out of the traffic. Wasn't one of the initial pins for me today. I think that one could be bigger at the ground, stouter in its arm. But then whenever I read one just in terms of back shape and body, that one's the next best one for me today. I think he's fresh in his top. I wish he could kind of close him in at his hock there, stouten him up in his feature just a little bit for a heavyweight, but a nice pig. Young man does a good job sticking with one that doesn't want to get out and go and has challenges from a skeletal makeup. That one's a little bit straighter shoulder, a little bit more restricted because the way his skeleton is built. He's a little harsher through the middle of his body for a heavyweight. I'd like to change those parts of him, but a really nice job by him. This one needs to be more aggressive in the top side of his body. For as big as he is, he needs to be more grooved up from end to end. He takes a good front 1/3 for considering that his ears almost sit on top of his blades there compared to some of them. Good bodied pig with a lot of quality features. Didn't pull it all together for me today to sort any higher in this heavyweight class, but she does a really, really nice job on skin, hair, and presentation there. Nice exhibitor that made it through a big heavyweight class with a lot of chaos going on there from a showmanship standpoint. The one that comes out next too is a little bit has a little bit more compositional challenges in the lower third of that one's body. I'd like to kind of pull it up in its neck, pull it up in its chest, and just kind of trim it up just a little bit. I think that would give that one a little more shapely appearance, but a good bodied hog with some good feature. Congratulations to her. The one that comes next, another good intense showman as she drives around the ring. I like that. She gets around and moves through the traffic nicely. That hog wants to close up at the ground just a little bit compared to some. Not nearly as agile and athletic, wants to throw those feet. All four of them aren't sure where they want to land as it kind of tiptoes around the ring. The next two are some that, or the next one is one that I'd like to trim that one up as well. It's big, bold, and many of the good places there. Strengthen it through its chest, pull it apart. For as much meat as it has, it needs to be a little bit fresher down the top side of its body. Good hog, good, well-fed one. She had some fun with that one. This one right here is a challenge because I can see that we got some good showmanship going on there. We've presented it well. That hog just can't get out and go good enough. If he was just a little bit better, we'd start to work his way up. He's big bladed, he's big backed, he's fresh. I just wish he could get out and go. All 4 feet are a challenge for him. Not nearly as athletic as we'd like to make them. Good heavyweight class. Hey, there's a lot of these kids that are going to make the premium auction. Hey, hone in on them whenever you go to put out some money to put one in the freezer. That's where you need to put your attention. Good hogs, well fed.
Results in Class 8. 10th place, Kaylee Peters, Klein High. 9th place, Casey Merciano, Klein Forest. 8th place, Lacey Silvers, Klein High. 7th place, Abigail Gomez, Klein Oak. 6th place, Sloan Hendry, Klein Oak. 5th place, Hudson Heckler, Klein Oak. 4th place, Rayleigh Lord, Klein Oak. 3rd place, Jacob Mustin, Klein Oak. 2nd place, Preston Wilson, Klein Oak. And Class 8 winner, Natalie Lopez Amaya, Klein Forest. We are going to start calling our pigs to the grand drive. So the first pigs that we are going to call are going to be our 2nd place winners. We are going to call them to the show ring where we will pin them in the show ring.
All right. Class 1, 2nd place, Trevor Shaw, Klein Kane. You'll bring your pig to the show ring. Class 2, Audrey Osterman, Klein Oak. 3rd place, Julian Watson, Klein Collins from Class 3. Class 4,
Hayden Mathern, Klein Collins. Class 5, Alejandro Cifuentes, Klein Forest. Class 6, Kennedy Griffin, Klein. Class 7, Coven Carroll, Klein Kane. And Class 8, Preston Wilson, Klein Oak. We're gonna pin them. All right, so first pin. Huh? You can help from there. I think we've got one too many bodies in here right now. Alright, so this one is Hayden Mathern from Klein Collins. So she's going to be, that's 1, 2, 3. So she's class 4. Huh? This one, no. This one's class 6. Sorry, she just got passed. So she's class 6. This one's class 4. Alright, and next we got this Julian Watson is class 3. Julian, you're going to with Hayden. Alright, after her is class 5.
Next one's going to be class 7. Class 7 here. And then last one's going to be class 8.
You the DJ today too? I am. Man, you've been picking good choices, man. That one class, right when Cody Johnson was getting to his big crescendo, man, it was right when I was picking, and everybody was going crazy. I said, man, that's a reel right there. Like,
Do you want them in class order as we bring them in, or do you want them all as they come in? into the show ring. Jocelyn Hopper from Klein ISD. Next to enter the show ring is Eric Hernandez, Klein Forest. Joining us from Class 4, Logan Stanley, Klein Kane. Next we have Class 5, Aiden Sosa, Klein Collins. Joining us from Class 6, Natalie Busman, Klein Kane. Next we have Class 7, Allison Nava, Klein Forest.
Go Allison!
And our last entry to our grand drive is Natalie Lopez Amaya, Klein Forest. In the show ring, you got your class drive, our grand drive.
Let's go! Let's go, Logan! Use the whole ring! You know what to grab? You know what to grab?
All right, we get out here at the moment that we worked for throughout
Pee-wee, hurry up.
this morning. Come to this big crescendo here as we
Thank you.
we pack the ringside and we continue to draw these class winners out here. And just really, it's the moment
Where I need to say thank you. I need to say I appreciate the opportunity to come back to a place that kind of it's easy to get choked up whenever you think about all the memories that you had. I'm here as the hog judge today, but I started here as an ag teacher 30 years ago, and so so whenever you invite me to be a part of this, I feel like this is a place that invested so much in me as a young teacher. People like Miss Watson that meant so much to me, and so many other mentors. I came to the Klein community because my ag teacher was from here. I didn't get to grow up here. I didn't have that blessing that all of you have that are in this ring. But I did come here, and you did invest and pour into me as a young person, as a young teacher, and help lay a foundation that I feel like I've done you service as I've carried it on to other places. Hey, so I want to just say thank you for the chance to be here today. And that gratitude is rooted in the fact that so many people in this community continue to lift these kids up in this project. The project is just the tool for raising the kid, right? We say that, livestock judges say that, I say that we're trying to teach them that the work wins and that you can overcome the challenges, that if you'll be resilient, you'll use your resources, you'll engage other people to be collaborative and helpful with you. This is an authentic opportunity to learn by doing. So if we continue to give this project its chance, whether it's a pig or the other projects that have been shown this week, you'll continue to lift these kids up. Yes, we're powering them to be future leaders in the world of agriculture, but most importantly, we're preparing them for college, career, military, or whatever comes next, and that's what this project is about. So if we can raise good kids through good livestock, good livestock raises great kids. And so that's what this moment is really about. And so thanks for the chance to be here. I'm really proud to have shared the ring today with Mr. Dietze. I'm proud to that the ag teachers that you have and the FFA programs that you have are not just committed to the FFA event that happens right here, but across the state, they're always representing this community so well in all that they do. And so you should be proud of them, because the kids are doing great things inside Klein, inside this part of the world, and outside. So it's a great place to be. Tomorrow you'll get a chance to meet my daughter as she comes back to judge, and so I'm proud of that moment as well. So this is a great chance for me to lift up these animals that we have right out here. In no particular order, we'll just hit some of them. You know, we talk about the lightweight right here. Man, when we started the show today, that guy comes out, and look at the way he strides around the ring, gets out there, and he's big in all the right places in a small package. Young man was passionate, right, about winning that class. I'm excited to have him out here. He's doing a tremendous job. Really, really round-ribbed, good body type. Congratulations to him. The one that's driving right here, the broken belted one, man, that guy just gets out and goes on a big foot, a big stout feature about him, big back, big bladed type, that maybe he's not just the stoutest in terms of foot size out here, but he's very complimentary and compositionally right. I like that hog a great deal. The one that's the other broken belted one here, that's a big mug dude right there, big featured, big bone, big knee, big armed right there as he goes around the ring. He gives up a little bit in agility, but he makes up for it in stoutness, and I like that about him. Right here, there was 3 in that class that were different. They were different. That one wanted to kind of hide in the corner at times. Young lady does a really nice job of getting him out here in this moment and making him look his very best. He's so good, deep in his chine bone there, grooved up in his top, got body shape that I really like to see, can get out and go good enough as we talk about him. The white hog over there, the white hog's pretty cool. Pretty cool in the way that his head sits on his neck there, the way that he uses his feet and legs. Big stout featured one. Going away, maybe he gets a little bit wonky as he travels away from you. That'd be being very picky about one that's got so many good features. The little narrow belted one over there, Lady's Quiet right there with a big haired one that's presented awfully, awfully nice. He gets out and go. It's a nice combination of exhibitor and hog right there. She makes him look like $1 million because he's made right and he's level top and he's got a good bendy leg right there. He opens up into a big cage. Really, really nice hog as she drives around the ring. I guess we hadn't talked about the big one over there that just came out of the last class, and then our belted hog over here. Let's talk about the belted hog that the young lady's driving. That one wins that class just because it's able to go, right? It's the athlete in that particular group. It gets out here and gives up a little bit of mass, but it makes up for it in just its athleticism and its overall build quality. I like that one. And then the big one right there with a nice, cool haircut. I like that one as it goes. It's big. It's big in all the right places. It's big in all through its rib. It's big in its back shape. It has a short back and kind of a modern look about it and a good bendy leg as it travels around the ring. Really, really nice set, guys. Let's give them a big round of applause. We're going to look at them one more time. Let's get some energy in this building. I know it's been here all day. I feel it. in, and that hog's been a little bit of a challenge throughout the show, but he's got some good pieces. He's big-bodied, he's big-backed. He's not the levelest in his design, but he's sure got a lot of high-quality pieces that you would expect from a heavyweight. He gets out here, and we can grab a glimpse of him in terms of the way his build and skeletal works out here. It's been a heck of a pig show. We got one more call to make. Hey, these guys are hustling, man. I told TJ, I said, man, you can see it on their faces. You can see these guys back here. They want it so bad. They'll get a chance to come out here and hustle for a showmanship spot. It's been a great day. Let's pick us a reserve champion and move on from there. Thank y'all.
Your grand champion hog goes to Natalie Lopez Amaya from Klein Forest, and your reserve champion goes to Jocelyn Hoffert from Klein Kane.
As soon as we get out the ring from the grand drive, we're going to start our showmanship drive. Students, those of you that were given a poker chip as you exited the show ring, you will bring yourself back to the show ring for the showmanship grand drive.
You're taking someone's spot. Huh? You're taking someone's spot. What do you mean? You have that poker chip. You still have that poker chip.
So, how we're going to break this down, pigs from class 1, 2, 3, and 4. Showmanship callbacks from class 1, 2, 3, 4 will come in for the first heat. And then we'll have the second heat from class 5, 6, 7, and 8. Here in a moment, we're going to call our showmanship participants from class 1, 2, 3, 4 for our first heat. And then class 5, 6, 7, 8 will be our second heat.
Me and Tommy will help. Yeah, me and Tommy will help. We won't mess around. Oh my. I don't want to grab my stuff. Wait, he's able to work it with me, right? I know,
If I do it on air, that's
There we go.
This is being processed.
This. Okay.
You hear me that way? Yes, sir.
All right, we are calling our showmanship callbacks for classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Showmanship callbacks in classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So as we concluded our market show, we'd like to thank Mr. Troy Oliver for coming out and being our judge. Now in our showmanship drive, we're going to have Mr. Jacob Beatty. They'll be judging our showmanship.
Probably do like bring them all in at one time or whatever else and just start paying them. And then just want to leave them in the pen, or take them back, take them back out, and then come back around after we do the second one. Whatever work, whatever's functional for y'all, it don't matter to me. I mean, I'm gonna probably keep like 10 or 12 probably. Yeah, I can like right, yeah. Because I'm calling people. Okay. Yeah.
Again, as we begin our showmanship drive, we'd like to thank TNG, who sponsored our pig show this year. Our reigning champion buckle, sponsored by Mike and Lisa Klein. Reigning champion trophy, sponsored by Klein High School. Mr. Randy Kirk, retired principal. Reserve champion buckle, the Reynolds family. Showmanship buckle, the Resendez family. Showmanship trophy, Klein High School, Miss Lauren Marty, principal. And reserve showmanship, Scott Drillin. We have many of our sponsors that are here at the conclusion of our big showmanship grand drive. If you will report back to the backdrop so we get photos with the student winners. All right, at this time, we've got our class 1, 2, 3, and 4 showmanship callbacks entering the show ring.
agent.
Last call for showmanship callbacks for classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Last call for callbacks on showmanship for classes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Let's go, Eric!
How many more we got back there? From him. They need to pin themselves.
those of you that are pinned, you are excused to go back to your pin. You will come back when we call back for the grand drive on Showmanship. U11 will come back for the grand drive.
on Showmanship as they are being excused from the show ring.
At this time, we are calling our finalists from our Heat 1 to the show ring for the Green Drive in Showmanship. We are calling back our 11 finalists from Heat 1 to the show ring for the Grand Drive in Showmanship. Our finalists in Class 1, start making your way to the show ring, please.
Go, Trav.
Whatever they find or whatever else they got. Good job, man. Good job, young lady. Good job, man. You bet, buddy. Just keep on going that way. Good job, young lady. Good job, buddy. Good job, man. Good job, young lady. Yeah. job. Good job.
be. Can you look at my note?
All right, let's give these exhibitors one round of applause as they're excused from the show ring. Well, what a pleasure to be here and get to sort the showmanship. Mr. Oliver did an awesome job also. Some of y'all probably seen me here quite a few times and judging jackpots and judging the show also and in different species. And so it's always a pleasure to come back to Klein ISD. I did my student teaching here at this district also. So it means something to me to get to invite and get to come back and help the kids and sort and you know the quality and the showmanship and put that all together. And so it's always a blessing to have the ag teachers, the committee have me come back in and help the kiddos out and do some selection in my opinion of the day. But boy, just super good out here. As y'all can see, we kind of went through these I call like the showmanship tournament basically. And so this is our finals out here. And so if you're out here, hey, you help these kids, give them a big round of applause because
They had to have a lot of work. They had to go through a lot of pigs to get here, okay? And y'all know how big the show was that Mr. Oliver sorted. And so I'll tell you one thing, it's well deserving to be out here, even if you were in those heats and you got called back and you just didn't make this final 6 out here. But I'll tell you one thing, you be proud of yourself, and that's what I always tell kiddos. You got to be proud of yourself because it takes a lot of work, and everything's got to work in the equation of showmanship and making these things. And one of the things I look for in showmanship, and I think, you know, we have different styles and types and kinds of how we do showmanship, but you got to have these hogs elevated from point to shoulder. You got to have them moving. You got to have them going in the way they need to, and so then they got to look like show hogs also. And so, boy, these kiddos out here do such a great job on presentation of where these things are just built from point to shoulder, and then you got to throw in the eye contact also and everything. Like I said, just got to work right, and it's got to be smooth. You got to know the pace of the hog, whether you go fast or whether you go slow or whether you go medium, kind of like driving a vehicle also when we're maneuvering these hogs, because we don't have a halter. You know, yeah, we have a show whip, they call it, and so we have to maneuver them with that. And things just have to work out, like I said, into the equation. And so we're asking a lot of these hogs to come out here at this final showmanship drive. They've been through a lot, been shown and things like that. And so, boy, but these things have the go button, I say. And as you can see, they just keep on rolling and strolling with them. And the kiddos just give them really good presentation. And so, hey, I'm not going to lie. This is very close out here of who's going to win this and, you know, second place on. But I'll tell you one thing. It's such an awesome job that they're doing out here. And I'm a competitor, no doubt about it. My kids, we compete all the time in different events and sporting events and whatever, and I always say, babe, be good at it. You know, try to be as good as you can at it and make sure everything works out. But I'll tell you one thing, I'm going to place them because I think it's important, because they say, hey, you get to brag about, hey, I was 6th overall of the whole show, man. Yeah, I didn't win, but man, I made it. I made it. And so, hey, if you got one out here, be proud. And be proud of those kiddos that had to go back also, because I'm going to tell you one thing. They work their tails off, and I know that this is an ending show for these animals also, so it's always a lot of barn work, no doubt about it, and great presentation also. Well, I always tell my kiddos at home, my own, I say you practice like you show them, no doubt about it. And that's what you have to do. You got to make these things show bearers and show gilts. Really nice. But anyways, I'm gonna go from 6th, and then I'll go from 1st to 2nd. I'm gonna keep you in some suspense, okay? Because I like that. I like that enthusiasm too. Y'all been a great crowd during the pig show, hooping and hollering and cheering on these kids, because this is what it's all about. So we're gonna go out. I'm gonna pick number 6, and then we're gonna work our way up to the top. How about that one? But hey, let's give them one more round of applause. They did a great job. Tell you, we get out to the top 4, and boy, they just don't disappoint. These young ladies do an excellent job on getting these things motivated, I always say, because you got to struggle. But I'll talk about the young man. He does such a great job. He's so very in there, just wants to act up on him, just every so slightly here right at the end. But boy, his eye contact is so that he balances up with, you know, with a smaller hall like that, just on where he needs to be on eye and presentation, on look. He does such a great job. Young lady, she does such a really good job getting that one head elevated and motivated, and very, very nice. So sometimes she has a tendency to look down just a little bit more. She got to give you a little bit more eye and a little bit more contact on the eye. But boy, she does such a good job on getting that silhouette. I call it silhouette that gets that perfect, really nice look as these things travel and these things go. And, very nice. You get up here to the top 4, and boy, such a really good job. Just smooth and easy. No doubt. The young lady on the far is going to be number 4. Congratulations to her. She really does good. Maybe I'd like to see this and just get a little bit more. I said just get a little bit more going. And we talk about that. I like to see just a little bit more faster pace. But boy, she does such a good job on eye contact. She knows where the judge is and gets her position and her body right, and so does super good job. We get down to the top three. All right, man, top three. This is really good. And then super good. Any different types and styles and kinds also that these young ladies have. And we talk about point to shoulder and maybe one to just kind of just dip down just a tad bit. We talk about how that one just kind of maneuvered on the side. But boy, a really nice one. Young lady was going to be third. Congratulations to her. All right, we get down to the top two right here. So let's see who's going to be the top two. And I talk about one that just has motivation, a point of shoulder, and which one can really go and move out of the last two ladies left. There's one of them out here that does such a super good job, was always intense, but was always eye, good contact. He knew where I was. This is going to be your champion. Congratulations. Young lady will be second over here. Congratulations to her. Good job. Hey, good job showing. Good job showing again. I will tell you that was a treat just to do that in showmanship and the amount of time these kids put in here, no doubt about it. Very well deserving. Y'all been a great audience. I know I got to sort the goats here in a minute, but boy, what a great morning to start off with the pig show. Oh, for a pig. Oh.
All right, our pig showmanship winner is Brooke Gower from Klein
Kane, and our reserve showmanship is Reagan Shaw from Klein Kane. We'd like to thank Mr. Jacob Dietze for judging our pig showmanship. He is going to stay in the ring, take a little bit of a break, as he will also judge our goat show, which will start at 2 o'clock.
attention in the barn. If you misplaced your wallet and keys in a restroom, please go see the ladies at the concession stand. Again, if you misplaced a wallet and keys, please go see the ladies at the concession stand.
one of our sponsors. We would please like you to make your way to the backdrop at the end of the show to have your photograph taken with the winning exhibitors. Again, in the barn, exhibitors and family members, please exit the back of the barn. Please clear the aisles so we can get these animals up to the front without disrupting the show. If you are not an exhibitor and you are in the way, we would please kindly ask you to exit the aisles. Please clean up your tack and move it out of the way as well, so that way we can get our animals up here in a timely fashion. Our market judge today is we are pleased to welcome Mr. Jacob Dietze as our judge. Jacob is an agriculture science educator and experienced livestock judge with over 2 decades of involvement in agricultural education. He is a market judge and judged market and breeding shows across Texas and brings extensive knowledge in evaluating cattle, sheep, swine, and meat goats. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Jacob Dietze. We are also pleased to welcome Dr. Carly Hoffman as our judge for showmanship. Dr. Hoffman, brings experience in goat handling, presentation, evaluation with a strong focus on proper technique, animal control, and ring presence. She is known for her fair and encouraging approach and her commitment to helping exhibitors build confidence and skill in the show ring. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Carly Hoffman to the ring today. Class 2 goats, please make your way towards the ring. Start lining up. Class 2 goats, we're going to start lining up.
What a pleasure to come back and get some lunch. And boy, that was a great hog show. Hey, raise your hand if you were there, and hey, give those kiddos a round of applause too that competed in the hog show. No doubt, that was awesome, and it was heartwarming to me to get to do and evaluate showmanship with swine. I have a passion for that species also, and a passion for the goats and lambs and all species really. I just like doing this, and y'all probably seen me talk and heard me judge and seen me judge and the things I say, but I mean it. We're going to have a great time out here. We know that these kiddos have been working hard on what they, feeding program management, making these are sure they're set up, they look good, the quality's good, and the handle's good. And I talk about handling. These three out here, they handle really well, no doubt about it. These are very nice goats. Very well put together of where they need to be. I think there's three different types and kinds out here, no doubt. There's one that maybe just has a little bit more muscle and shape to it, and that's the one that's going to win the class, and you got a real classy looking one. But I'll talk all three of them, and then I'll tell you how I place them. Young lady, she has probably the show pony of the bunch, no doubt. That's weather's really good. She gets that one extended from point to shoulder. He comes maybe a little bit more in his blade. He gets a little bit more shorter right there into his cannon. If we could just extend him just a little bit ever so slightly, but you put your hands on him on the handle, he's really good. He might be just a little bit more shorter right there, and we talk about that hind saddle. I like to see him just level out just a tad bit. He reads a little bit more greener on the edges of those loins, but boy, he's so dense in his cavity, so dense in his rib, and how he transpires down to that flank. I like him. Now, one thing on his handle, he gets just a little bit more looser. I'd like to see that guy a little bit more tighter. When I put my hands on top of him, he just gets a little bit more looser, like I said, and when we carry down to loin. But, boy, he's the picture-perfect one. I like him there. Young man in the middle, too, just a really good one. This is a little bit more shorter-bodied one, but I'll tell you one thing. This one's packed full of rib and muscle, and when you study that guy on his loin, he's really good. He's probably got the biggest leg of the bunch, no doubt. I like him for that standpoint. He's got really added muscle when we talk about the front one-third of his body also. He's got shoulder to blade. He sets up real good into his neck and to the crest of his neck also. He gives you such a really good look. Got some bone and feature to him also. Young lady comes in with a sleek, cool looking one like that guy. She gets that one set up really good over the top blade of him, and how that guy just transpires down to loin to set. He's really good. He gets a little bit more shorter right there in his loin. When we talk about the counterparts in the class, he loses just ever so slightly on the leg too. I like to power him up just ever so slightly on the back of those legs, compete with the counterparts in the class, but that is really extremely good one. We talk about one that's the front one-third of that guy. We talk about blade to set and how he sets into his neck. Very, very nice. He's very good. He's elegant in his front end, but still he's got mass. He's got feature also. I'm going to tell you one thing. This is a close call. The one that just had the greatest handle on him, had some power and shape, and just really good and fed me today. The young man's going to be your class champion. Congratulations. In a close second, the young lady's going to be second. Young lady's going to be third right here. That's a really nice pair. Go ahead. This number 4 does not disappoint any. Also, boy, just such a really good one. He's so balanced on feet and bone and feature, too. He just loses this to move him up into the class. He gets just a little bit more, I say, greener right there in his makeup. When we talk about muscle to pattern right there, I like to just get him a little bit more power onto that lower twist of that leg. But, boy, so dense and really down to his flank. I like him for that standpoint also. Like I said, just a little bit more greener behind blade to set. I like to just have that guy just level out just ever so slightly right there behind blades, but still kind of more green into his pattern. But boy, this is a really nice one. Looks like he fed really well. Young lady comes in next. The handle on this one's just really too soft for me. I like the front end of this one, just so extended and so neck, and how that one comes in, transpires into that big old loin and shoulder. We get a little bit more tighter right there. We talk about loin to set and hind saddle on that one. Wish that one was just a tad bit more bitter, but boy, still appreciate the flank and the rib and the cage in that guy. What he has into the class. We talk about shoulder to blade. He might get out just ever so slightly into that blade, so he drops just a little bit right there behind shoulder to blade also, but still a very good one. Young lady comes in next with a really nice, good, balanced one, one that just catches your eye on eye appeal, but we just got to have more goat right there. He's too green over his top and to his loin, and it's how he sets down into his muscle pattern. On a structural standpoint, I'd like to see him just move a little bit more easier on those back two. He gets a little bit more cushion right there on the back of his passions. I like to strengthen him up ever so slightly, but boy, he gives you
you such a good silhouette look. We come in with a real big, nice, heavy bone one that just needs a handle a little bit more fresher to me. Just gets a little bit more softer in that handle. One gets a little bit more down on those back legs, like to just get that one a little bit more power and shape to that back 1/3 of that body. But boy, I love the front 1/3. Gives you such a great look from shoulder to blade on that one. Also, like I said, the handle, this is too loose for me today. We round out the class with a really nice, good-looking one from the front 1/3 of its body. But this one just can't move him up anymore just because we just need more power and shape right there. We talk about hind to saddle on that one and to the lower portion of that twist. But, boy, he gives you such a great silhouette. He's really balanced over his loin. We just got to have more goat, but still a nice one to round out the class. Hey, let's give those kiddos a round of applause in Class 1. That was a very nice, exciting class. A lot of good quality in that class also.
Class 3, please start making your way to line up. Again, Class 3 goats, start making your way to lining up. Results from Class 1. In first place, Drake Vasquez, Klein. Second place, Jocelyn Hoffer, Klein Kane. Third place, Donna Mohan, Fido. Fourth place, Juliana Zamoa, Klein. Fifth place, Vilmar Tavares, Klein Collins. Sixth place, Paige Tipton, Klein Kane. Seventh place, Leah Beck, Klein Force. And eighth place, Sophia Goldsmith, Klein Kane. Returning for Showmanship out of Class 1, Zenabon, Klein Oak, Juliana Zamoa, Klein, Drake Vasquez, Klein, J-Lamar Tavares, Klein Collins, and Jocelyn Hoffer, Klein Kane.
Who likes class 2? Very, very nice and really good quality out here all the way throughout, you know, and it's my opinion. I understand these students have been working so hard, these exhibitors, and, you know, we got to pick grand and reserve in the class and keep on moving forward. But I'll tell you one thing, first, second, and third, and fourth all the way down, that's very, very good quality. Whoever helps these kids, commend yourself. I think we got 3 of them out here. I think they're a little bit more different shaped over their tops and maybe, you know, a little bit more denser on some of them. But I'll talk all 3 of them, and then I'm going to tell you how I place them. But, you know, got to give you a little bit of suspense, right? Because these kids worked hard, a lot of months of feeding and taking care of these. Young man here on the end with this weather, that's a nice one, no doubt. He's deep rib. He's deep bodied. He's probably the deepest body out of this trio right out here. But boy, you just put your hands on him. He doesn't disappoint you at all. He's got some really good muscle. We talk about how he ties in to his loin. I like him. He might get just a little bit more steeper. We talk about hind to saddle. We talk about how he just kind of comes down to those back 2 legs. I like to see him powered up just a tad bit on that back leg and right behind that blade. And I talk about blade as that's going to be right behind the neck. And so he gets just a little bit more greener for me. And that aspect also, you know, maybe not just the biggest loin topped one out of this bunch, but boy, so good on his handle. I like him for that standpoint also. He might get just a little bit off, just a tad bit, and I talk about how I feel on that guy. When we talk about on the top of him, he might just get a little bit more looser into his hide. Young lady brings in a showstopper, no doubt. That is a really neat one. Over the top, the biggest loin one, the biggest top one, and how that one just shapes down to rib. You know, maybe not the coolest one right there. We talk about blade to set and how that one just kind of transitions down to his neck. You know, we have to give or take too when we have much power and shape as that one that she has into that one. And so we lose a little bit of look maybe right there from the front 1/3 of his body. I'd like to clean him up ever so slightly. We talk about breast to plate and how he hits the ground, but still a very, very nice one. The handle on him is extremely good. The young man brings in just the kind of the, I always talk about show pony, but boy, I'll tell you one thing, he's the showstopper right there. That one has such a good look over at the top and how he blades out. The one thing about this guy, he just gets out a little bit more into his loin. I'd like to settle him down. I'd like to level him out down to, I say, those pins and how he just comes into his tail head. He gets out a little bit more for me. He gets a little bit more tighter right there into that loin. I like to see more power. I like to see more shape right there in that loin. But boy, I still appreciate the amount of rib, the big center that he has into him. I like him a lot for that. Maybe gets just a little bit more plainer over his top when I put my hands on, but boy, he's conditioned right. I like him for that standpoint. Just wish I had a little bit more loin right there, just a little bit more balance. But boy, a super nice one. This is a good pair. The one that just comes to my mind over the handle and how that one just handles with muscle and style and balance right over the top. The young lady's going to be your class champion. Congratulations. Young man's going to be second right here. Congratulations to him. Young man's going to be third. Boy, what a nice set. Go ahead and round out that number 4. Boy, that one gets in the mix pretty easy. Just a showstopper, a really neat one. Very attractive through the front 1/3 of his body. She's got him lean and mean, but boy, we just got to have a little bit of muscle right there behind blade and shape to move this one up into the class. But boy, you talk about it, just a good looking one right there from the side. I like that one a lot. You know, like I said, we just got to have a little bit more goat and more power right there behind blade to set on that one. Boy, very nice, good silhouette. Go ahead. Young lady has one, just a super good one. Gets into the mix also. Just gets a little bit more plainer right there. We talk about blade to set, how that one just kind of goes down just ever so slightly. Like to lift that one up just in blade, like I said. But boy, you talk about a really good looking loin. I like that one a lot. Just gets a little bit more looser. We talk about passion right there. Gets a little bit more softer. I like to have a little bit more power. But boy, I like that guy a lot. He's just, his handle for me is quite as well as the other counterparts into the class, but still extremely good one. A very nice, good balanced one. Also, when we talk about that one, get to the next one. This one just gets a little bit more, I'd say, on the handle, just a little bit more looser. We got to get that one a little bit more tighter in that package right there for the front 1/3 of rib to cage in that one. But boy, extremely good. Big old bone, big footed one. Boy, you got to appreciate that one like that. Gives you that great silhouette, but he's just got to get more harder right there. We talk about handle. When I put my hands over him from blade to set, he's got all the right things, but he was just too looser in his pattern for me today. We go ahead and move on to this one, young lady. Really good one. That's a really nice, sleek, elegant one. Gives you a really cool looking look also from the front 1/3 to body to cavity. Like that one a lot. Just needs more right over there behind top and blade to shape. We got to power that one up ever so slightly. We just needed more product right there behind the blade. The young lady comes in next just with a more softer skeletal one. I like to just tone this one up on the handle also. I like that one in its loin. I think that one has some really good value to loin and how that one just sets down. Maybe gets in a little bit more. We talk about a structural base, but gets underneath that pattern just ever so slightly. But we're just too loose right there from the front 1/3 of the body to the cavity, how that one is constructed. We just got to get get that more harder on the handle. We round out the class with this white one. A really nice young lady has a really good job on getting that one extended, getting that neck really extended into the air. I like that one. I like the look of that one, but that was the softest one in the class. We got to just harden that one up, make more muscle, make more power and shape right there behind Blake to set, gets a little bit more shorter into the loin, but still a very nice, good quality one to round out the class. Hey, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. They did a really good job showing.
Class 4 goats, begin lining up with Mr. Strickler. Again, Class 4 goats, start lining up with Mr. Strickler. Results from Class 2 goats. First place, Shetland Sanders, Klein. Second place, Keone Brumman, Klein. Third place, General Stevens, Klein Collins. Fourth place, Ariel Munoz, Klein Kane. Fifth place, Ali Balastros, Klein Kane. Sixth place, Rosalie Diaz, Klein. Seventh place, Destiny Lopez, Klein Forest. Eighth place, Sophia Calderon, Klein Kane. Ninth place, Madison Baker, Klein Oak. And returning from Class 2 for Showmanship, Rosalie Diaz, Klein. Keone Brumman, Klein. Shetland Sanders, Klein. General Stevens, Klein Collins. Ariel Munoz, Klein Kane.
A very interesting class. Who liked that class? Let's give them a good round of applause. They did a good job. I think, you know, these three soar to the top just on handle. They feel really good. I think their muscle and their pattern is a little bit more different when we talk about it. Just, I'd say just get those on a structural standpoint also. But, boy, just really good ones on the handle. And that's why these three kind of surface to the top. I think they're all kind of different in their kind. The young lady brings a really nice one. And, boy, that one doesn't disappoint when we talk about blade to set on that one. And, boy, just comes in and ties in really good. Maybe gets a little bit more steeper in the hip. He's a little bit more shorter body, but boy, she's got that one 12 o'clock on pattern where that one needs to be on a finish standpoint and then on a handling standpoint also. Like that one a lot. You know, maybe just gets a little bit more looser right there. We talk about on that hide ever so slightly, but boy, she's got that one conditioned as good as she can. I like that one from a lot. You know, we talk about blade to set on that one, how that one just ties in, gets a little bit more chunkier right there from the front 1/3 of his body, but still has a good shape and muscle right behind that blade. And so we'd give or take a little bit on shoulder to blade when we drop that one in. Young man in the middle, just a really good genuine one. That one gives you a really good look. No doubt that one's very nice over loin and set. Just gets a little more planar behind blade. I'd like to stouten that one up just ever so slightly and how that one just levels off also on the dock. I think that one's got plenty of muscle, but we need more muscle down to the lower portion of that one's twist. He gets a little bit more flatter into his muscle pattern. I like to just give him a little bit more power and shape right there. But boy, appreciate the big bone and structure on that one. The young man brings a real short-based one, one that kind of comes out right there to blade to set. But, boy, he's the biggest, the powerhouse right over the top, and how he just settles down into his rib. He's got maybe a little bit more excess fluid right there into the middle portion of his body, so he wants to dip just ever so slightly behind blade to set. But, boy, you talk about the one that's the most powerful one in leg and how that one just transitions down to loin also. I think he's right there on 12 o'clock where he needs to be. Like I said, you know, maybe not just the cool, attractive one of the bunch, but, boy, such power and shape right there into that one. He's going to win your class. Congratulations. I think it really gets close to number 2 and number 3 out here. But, boy, the one that just has such a great handle over his top, the young lady is going to be second in the class. Congratulations, her. The man's going to be third. Congratulations. We go ahead and round out this top 4. Go ahead, young lady. She has a really good, sleek-looking one, but this one just gets too looser-hided for me. If that one was just had more power and shape over the top of that one, boy, he'd probably win the class pretty easily. He gets a little bit more softer on those passions. I just wish the handle was a little bit more tighter. He was a little bit more tighter rib right there. He just gets too loose right there into the flank. But, boy, he gives you such a picture good look with how he's set up in his blade and how he just ties in really well. I like that guy a lot. Like I said, he just gets more looser on his handle. As you can see, we talk about chest to floor on that one also. Has a little bit more excess finish. I like to just clean that one up ever so slightly to the front 1/3 of his body. We come on down to the next one. A really nice one, a really cool one. And we talk about blade and shape in this one all day and how that one transitions down really good. But we get on the hip of that one. He just wants to close in ever so slightly on a structural standpoint. But we talk about muscle to base too. He's just got to power up in that back 1/3. I like the guy's rib. He's dense through his rib and how he just transitions down to his flank. I like him. And boy, he levels out really well. He's just a little bit more looser on the handle. We got to tighten him up ever so slightly. We get into the next one. Same thing. He kind of comes out in his breastplate. I like to clean him up just ever so slightly. And he gets a little bit more, I say, weaker behind blade to set. But, boy, just a big old powerful loin in there and how he drops down into his flank. I like him for that standpoint. He's got some added muscle right there into the back. We just got to get him tighter on the handle also. But, boy, gives you that great silhouette, that front 1/3. Young lady comes in next with one really nice. She's got to balance this one up ever so slightly from blade to set. He wants to get out his blades ever so slightly. I read him just a little bit more greener in rib to cage and how that one kind of transfers down to flank. I like him a little bit more tighter into that handle and drop that lower portion of his twist also and give him a little bit more shot of muscle through the back 1/3 of his body. Young man rounds out the class, a really neat one, a nice one. Just gets too plain for me behind the blade to set on that one. I like the loin and that guy. I think he's had some added muscle, but the way he just kind of he gets real steep down to his, I say down to his pins right there. We just got to get that tail head straightened up, and we just got to get him a little bit more muscle, a little bit more power, but still a very nice one, high quality one to round out the class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
goats. Class 5 goats, start lining up with Mr. Strickler. Class 5 goats.
Results from Class 3 goats. In first place, Rodrigo Ortega, Klein Collins. Second place, Julian Watson.
Klein Collins. Third place, Ilian Carrasco, Klein Oak. Fourth place, Stephanie Morales, Klein. Fifth place, Emma Aguirre, Klein Collins. Sixth place, Danica Goebel, Klein Kane. Seventh place, Yariel Victoriano, Klein Forest. In eighth place, John Harris Anderson, Klein Kane. Returning for showmanship from Class 3, Rodrigo Ortega, Klein Collins. Julianne Watson, Klein Collins. And Danica Goebel, Klein Kane.
let's give him a round of applause. Such a large class and such good quality out here, and hopefully you can see these things are, they're kind of matching up a little bit more on shape and volume and rib. And boy, these three out here, they just really hit the handle, and I call handle, that's when I put my hands on them, the firmness, the touch, and then you can feel some muscle and shape to them also, and very, very nice. We'll talk all three of them, and I'll tell you how I place them. But boy, Fred right here, starting out at the beginning, just a really good one. Gets that one elevated from point to shoulder. He does such a good job on making sure that one's extended down to his neck. But boy, gives you such a good look right there. And you put your hands on him. He doesn't disappoint you at all. That one's really good on 12 o'clock on pattern, as we say. He's got shape and bone, and how that guy just kind of ties in down. He's a kind of like an average bone one, but boy, he has some structure, I think. When we talk about structure or point, I like to see him just move a little bit more easier. He wants to get out on his back two legs just every tad bit. And I understand sometimes when we exercise these things to get them to where they need to be, we give or take just a tad bit. But boy, the muscle is there, though. You've done your job on that muscle standpoint. Also, I like that guy. He might get just a little upright right there until we talk about hip, and gets just a little bit more shorter into the loin, into the class. But boy, an extremely good one, a very good, dense one. You did your job on that one, young man. He's 12 o'clock on his pattern of where that one needs to be. Like I said, maybe just free him up just a tad bit. He's a little bit more constricted on those back legs. Boy, we get into probably the densest one of the bunch. This one's real short in his style, and you can see that. But boy, and we get these shorter ones, they do get steeper in their hip. I'd like to level them out ever so slightly when we talk about that pin and how he just sets down into that tailhead. But you got to give or take when you talk about muscle. You talk about density of rib and cage and cavity. Through the front 1/3 of his body, yeah, he's thick. He's got some blade and shape. But when you got that much muscle and you got that much power, you're going to give or take. Like I said, you got him 12 o'clock of where he needs to be on his muscle and his pattern and how that guy is built. You put everything you could into that guy, and when I put my hands on him, he doesn't disappoint me at all. The handle is so good. He's so fresh right over his top. Yeah, these little shorter ones, they get a little bit more shorter into the loin, kind of picking on them just ever so slightly. But from the muscle standpoint, you got one right there, young man. That's a very nice one. Young lady comes in, probably with the coolest made looking one, no doubt. This one is very, very nice. I wish this one would just brace ever so slightly a little bit more harder so we can get more muscle out of that one, because that one's extremely good. The pattern is extremely good on that one also. Is that the biggest one right there? We talk about loin to set. No, I don't think so compared to the counterpoints. But boy, probably has the longest loin in this class. If we talk about blade into the front 1/3 of his body, I wish he just powered up ever so slightly. He wants to get out just a little bit, tad bit into that chest floor. I like to set him just a little bit more neater right there to the front 1/3 of his body. But boy, the composition is there, the muscle is there right there back to the I say back 1/3 of that body, how he goes down to his twist. I like him for that standpoint. She gets him set up. She gets him elevated from point to shoulder. No doubt. That's a very nice one, a very balanced one. We talk about balance on that one also. So I explained all of them. And so it gets very close out here. It's kind of just being on picky on which one that you just really like over a muscle standpoint, but really ties in also. The young man on the far end is going to be your class champion. Congratulations. Be second. Congratulations. Be third. Congratulations. We get into this third one. He's got a little bit more height on him, but boy, gives you such a really good look. He wants to just chop ever so slightly on a structural standpoint. I like to loosen him up just a tad bit. He wants to pull that loin up, and he gets just a little bit more flatter right there behind the blade and set. But boy, appreciate that big old thick on him. He's got a little bit more crest than what I like. Awesome. But boy, he gets into the mix into the top four pretty easy. I like that silhouette. Like I said, I like how that guy balanced out. Just wish he was a little bit more fresher to the handle. Young lady comes in right here in front of me too. That's a very nice one. She has that one conditioned right of where he needs to be. He just needed more muscle behind his blade to move him up. She does a great job on presentation also. I like that guy from blade to set and how he ties into his loin. But boy, just the extremities of the muscle and how he's designed. I like that simple. We just need a little bit more to him. We talk about chest to floor. He's clean. He comes up. He's got some power in neck right there. And we talk about pull at the top of his head also. That's a very nice one. Young lady comes in next right here in front of me. That's a really good one. That's a sleek and a design one.
One thing just gets a little bit more plainer right there behind blade to set in loin. I like to see that one just powered up ever so slightly. I like feet, bone, and leg on that one. She did a good job getting that one conditioned for me. Young lady comes in with this brown paint. That's a nice one. Sometimes these brown paint ones, you got to do a little bit more extra work on muscle right there behind blade and set. They want to get a little bit more plain. But boy, she's got that one right on 12 o'clock of the design of where that one is. He just gets too flatter in the leg. We just got to give him a little bit more muscle and style, but still light feet and bone on him. We get down to one just a little bit more, I say waistier, a big chested floor one. Just got to clean that one up ever so slightly. Gets a little bit more dirty right there. We talk about the crest. I like to just clean him up ever so slightly to that front 1/3. He drops a little bit more into the cage, but boy, you talk about a very dense one, a big ribbed one. Like that from that standpoint. We talk about loin and value on that one. He's got it right there. He just gets too soft when I put my hands on top of him, but super dense one right there to rib the cage. We come back here with this masked one, really good one, a really neat one, kind of compared to the counterpart into the class. But boy, in front of that one, boy, we just get to that one. He gets too plain over behind his blades and set. I got to tighten that one up ever so slightly. It has a big, tremendous amount of loin, but when I put my hands on that one, he was just too loose into the hide. And we talk about a muscle standpoint from the back 1/3 of his body. Got to power that one up ever so slightly to match what that one brings into a carcass standpoint. We round out the class with the brown one right here, a very unique and elegant one, but we just got to have more power and shape right there behind the blade to set on that one. That one's got some loin. That one's got some feature into it. So it's got some rib also. But boy, we drop down to the lower leg. We just lose a little bit of muscle. We got to just power that one up to the back 1/3 of his body. But boy, what a nice, good, exciting class. A lot of them in that class also. Those kiddos did a great job exhibiting them. Let's give them a round of applause.
Six goats. Start making your way up to the front to line up to meet with Mr. Strickler. Class 6 goats. Results from Class 4 goats. In first place, Caleb Hampton, Klein Oak. Second place, Justin Burkhalter, Klein Forest. Third place, Kylie Peters, Klein. Fourth place, Ariana Munoz, Klein Kane. Fifth place, Presley Petrovich, Klein Collins. Sixth place, Brianna Rosales, Klein Kane. Seventh place, Arleth Harkudi, Klein Kane. Eighth place, Natalie Lopez, Klein Forest. Ninth place, Madeline Aguirre, Klein Collins. In 10th place, Grayson Williams, Klein Oak. Returning for showmanship in Class 4, Kylie Peters, Klein. Justin Burkhalter, Klein Forest. Ariane Munoz, Klein Kane. Presley Petrovich, Klein Collins.
All right, we get in more of this heavyweight class. Let's give them a good round of applause. They did an excellent job, and no doubt these three, I like them a lot. Yeah, they're a little bit more different on their handles, but boy, they match up in rib and cage, I think. Very, very nice. Young lady on this, and that's a really good one. You put your hands on him. This extremely good over the handle and loin. Has such much added value to that loin, and boy, the muscle is there. That one's really balanced. You know, is that the biggest legged one in the class? No, but boy, he's super balanced in his design on a muscle pattern. I like that a lot. Maybe gets out just a tad bit. We talk about chest to floor on that guy, but boy, such good top shape and how that one just goes down to loin. Maybe if we pick him apart, he gets a little bit more plain right there. We talk about blade to set just a tad bit, but boy, he barrels out into a big old rib and cage and comes down, and he's got good adequate muscle for what his design is and what he is. That's a very nice one, young lady. We round out this in the one in the middle also. Such a good one. Boy, you put your hands on him. He doesn't disappoint you on the amount of muscle and shape that one has into the loin. He's got a big old top, and then boy, you study the loin. He's got length of loin, and then he comes down to hind to saddle also. He matches up so good. We talk about the base of muscle to twist on that one also. Very, very nice. You got that one 12 o'clock on pattern shape and on handle too, young lady. That's a very nice one right over the top of his skeleton. Very good one. Very good constructed one also. We talk about a structural standpoint. Young lady comes in maybe with just a little bit more looser hided one, but boy, he barrels out right there into that loin. I like to just kind of ease him up, get him back a little bit more balanced right there down to that loin. But boy, such a good, super big rib one all the way down to flank. He's got some added value of muscle and style also. Just probably the bigger footed one of the bunch also. A very nice one. He's really unique into his loin. That's why I said, hey, we move him up, put him in the top three because he's very nice. I wish he just handled just a tad bit right there onto his handle. He gets a little bit more softer for me. We talk about rib to cage on him, but a very nice one. She's got some emotions too, so that's awesome. That's why we're out here for that. She's enjoying it. She's in the top three. She worked hard for it. I'll tell you one thing, though. There's one of them out here. I talked about how that one balances out, how that one's so good. We talk about hind to saddle on that one, and this super good from rib to cage. The young lady in the middle is going to be your class champion. Congratulations. Young lady's going to be second. Congratulations, her. This young lady's going to be third. Congratulations. You bet. We come around to the fourth place one. This is extremely good one also. That one gives you such a great look. Gets a little bit more weaker right there into the passions. I like to give that one just a little bit more heavier bone. But we talk about how this one's constructed over the top. This one doesn't disappoint you, but it does get lighter into the muscle. I couldn't move this one up into the class, but on the handle aspect of it, we talk about loin to shape and hind saddle. You can talk about this one all day long. I like that one. He balances up and rib to cage and flank. She does such a good job on getting that one set up. The silhouette is there right there. Gives that really good look about, hey, that's a good show weather right there, and he is. I like him, but boy, I just wish he had a little bit more muscle. We talk about the lower quarter of that chest. We just got to power him up ever so slightly. Like I said, gets a little bit more weaker on those back passions. Young lady comes in with a super good one. This one's a really neat one. He's got such a elongated neck to him. Gives you that really cool look, but he just gets too soft to the center portion of his body. I got to just strengthen him up ever so slightly. He gets a little more looser on the handle. I like him a little bit more firmer to his touch, but boy, he's so deep rib. He's so deep flank. I like him for that standpoint also. We talk about hind to saddle. I like him, you know, maybe he gets a little bit more flatter. We talk about that muscle pattern also. Like to just give that guy just a tad bit more balance in that shoulder to blade. He comes out just ever so slightly into that breastplate, but still, he gives you a nice look. We round out one with another softer one also. Just a really cool looking one, sleek one in the design of shoulder to blade and how that one just ties into neck. That's a really neat weather, boy. And I looked at him and I said, man, if we could just move him up ever so slightly just on a muscle standpoint, he'd be way up into the top of the class. He just gets too plainer for me when we talk about muscle from loin to shape and hind saddle. He's got some big old feet on him. He gets a little bit more looser into his passions. I like to strengthen him up this ever so slightly, but he's so elongated into his feet. And I think she did a really good job of getting this one set, getting him planted. I like him for that standpoint. I just wish his handle was a little bit more harder. We get into this brown paint also. Very, very nice. Gets into the mix on a talk about a loin quality one. Just super good, but just gets too plain behind blade. He just wants to go down ever so slightly. We talk about rib to cage. I like to straighten that one up right behind his blade and how that one just settles in. We get maybe a little more steeper right there to that hip also and get looser in the muscle pattern, but still, I like that guy's loin. I just wish he balanced it out ever so slightly. look like he fed good for me. Maybe have just a little bit more over condition than what I like to the handle, but still a very nice one, big high-powered loin one. Coming to the one next, he just gets a little bit more plainer, flatter rib for me. I like to just strengthen that one up behind blade to set, gets a little bit more crestier right there. We talk about neck set also. I think the loin is there. We just got to power that one up ever so slightly. I like the feet and bone and the feature on that one. Like I said, just need more twist to that lower leg also, but still a really cool one. We talk about the density of rib, but the forerib, it gets a little bit more flatter. We got to just give that one a little bit more bulge, a little bit more power and shape. The young man comes in with a great silhouette one, elongated one on feet, bone, and legs. I like that one a lot, but he just gets too plainer for me over the top. He spines out ever so slightly, but boy, you talk about a nice, good condition one on the handle. You got one right there. We just needed more muscle and power. For one of those get a little bit more longer like that, and they just lose a little bit more leg. We got to power them up. And sometimes it just takes a little bit more longer to get those right onto the muscle pattern, but still a really good dense one right there from rib to cage. I liked one. I like that one silhouette. We just got to have more muscle, but still a very nice one to round out the class. Congratulations, those kiddos.
We will need all first and second place class winners. Again, we will need all first and second place GOAT class winners to start heading to lining up with Mr. Strickler.
Results from Class 6 GOATs. In first place, Lillian Perez, Klein Kane. In second place, Natalia Cuevas, Klein Kane. Third place, Haley Finsky, Klein Kane. Fourth place, Allie Bates, Klein Oak. Fifth place, Narissa Garcia, Klein Forest. Sixth place, Bethany Nolasco, Klein Oak. Seventh place, Daniela Diaz, Klein Oak. Eighth place, Destiny Caldwell, Klein. Ninth place, Cole Gray, Klein Oak. And returning from Class 5 for Showmanship, Allie Bates, Klein Oak. Haley Finsky, Klein Kane. Lillian Perez, Klein Kane. Natalia Cuevas, Klein Kane. Again, we need all first and second place class winners for goats. Again, we need all first and second place class winners to start meeting with Mr. Strickler back here to line up.
We get in this heavyweight class. Boy, who had fun on that class? Let's give them a round of applause. Did a really good job. A lot of good quality animals out here. You know, different types and kinds right here. These three, this surface good on handle. I like them a lot. And in the top 5, really. The young lady on this one, just a really good one. This one hands extremely good. We talk about just power and shape in that one all day long. You know, give or take just a little bit, level that one out on the hind saddle ever so solid. But boy, just doesn't disappoint you at all when you put your hands on that one. That one's deep rib, big bone. I like that one from a structural standpoint also. You know, we talk about these heavyweights, they're going to get a little bit more crusted, they're going to get a little bit more fuller right there for the front 1/3 of the body. We can chisel that one just ever so slightly, but boy, on a mature standpoint, hey, that one's right there. It needs to be 12 o'clock. You got that one right, young lady. Good job on that one, feeding that one. We get this one right here into the middle of me also. Just a super good one, just a so really neat one. You know, maybe not just dense right there to that rib, but boy, proportional and balanced. And that's what we call this one, because super good right over top. Maybe just doesn't handle just with the authority right there, just a tad bit compared to the counterpart right there into the class. And we talk about the handle on that one, just maybe a little bit more softer right there. Once a roach, just a tad bit right there. We talk about a hind saddle, but boy, muscle packed full right there to the back 1/3 of that body, to that twist. A really good, cool looking one also. Like I said, kind of the same thing. Just gets out just a tad bit in blade to set. But boy, when we're hitting that maturity level of putting up what we can on a structural standpoint, on a skeletal standpoint, boy, she got that one at 12 o'clock also. That one's a nice, so like I said, just maybe a little more crustier right there on that neck. Boy, we come to the showboat of the bunch, just super good. Maybe this one just gets a little bit more denser right there into rib to cavity, and that one balances out super good. You know, doesn't have to be the biggest chested floor, the biggest rib one. That one's complete. I like that one a lot. That one catches your eye also. Got good, nice feet, bone, and leg also. Gets a little bit more steeper in the hip for me and on a muscle standpoint also, but still a really neat one in loin to cage. I like that one a lot. We talk about the front 1/3 of it. Yeah, the one that's elevated, the one that's cool right from neck to pole to head, and how that one just transitions down to the plate. Like that one. It's really, really cool. And that one's dense right there where it needs to be also. That's a super good one to, on the top 3. I think it just kind of comes out which one just had the handle on it, which one had just the muscle and the power and the shape, but still combine the balance also. Young lady on the end is going to win your class. Congratulations. We're going to round out this one with a close second right here and a close third. Congratulations. Come here in 4th. This one doesn't disappoint you at all. Just super good on balance and shape. Gets a little bit more softer on that heel right there onto the pasture. Like to strengthen that one up ever so slightly. But boy, that one gets in the mix pretty easy. Maybe one that gets out on blade to set. I like to just get that just a tad bit level. We talk about loin to power. It's got it right there. It's got some shape down to that hind saddle also. We get into the next one also. This one gets a little bit more steeper right there into the hip. We lose a little bit muscle behind. Go ahead and walk them out. Blade to shape, but still a really nice, good one that just kind of catches your eye. Gets a little bit more softer on those back twos if we could just power that one ever so slightly. But boy, you got to love the neck and how that one's just constructed from the front 1/3 of the body. Like I said, just need a little bit more muscle right there behind blade and shape. But boy, that one gives you such a great silhouette. Go ahead. The next one in line, too, a really cool, neat, constructed one. And we talk about handle on this one, boy. It just gets a little bit more softer. I like to tighten that one up just ever so slightly with that forerib and how that one's constructed. I think that one balances out right. I like it a lot from that standpoint, but the handle's just a little bit more too softer for me on the muscle and pattern on that one also. Go ahead, keep on. Really nice one. This one's a really cool one. Look at this one fed really good. Just gets a little bit more waistier for me right there from the front 1/3 of its body, but still a good one on loin to set and how that one just ties into tail. Got some added muscle and value. Got good bone and feet and legs also. Gives you that real extended and cool look also, and how that silhouette sits into that one. Very nice one, young lady. The next one we come into mind, just a really cool, neat one. Like I said, big bone, big feature, just too soft in the core of its body. Like to strengthen that one up ever so solid from blade to set, but really good one. It has a lot of added muscle value onto that loin and how that one just kind of goes down to tail to set. That one kind of fighted her just a tad bit also when we get that one set. Another nice, good silhouette one also. Just do a little bit more playing behind the blade to set. Just needs a little bit more handle right there also. Got some muscle right there to loin and set into the back of the 1/3 of that muscle to the leg. But boy, that one just gets too soft on the handle for me. Another one just really good. Gives you a cool looking silhouette. Just gets too soft. I like the rib and the cage and that one, how that one transfers down to the flank. A really neat one to admire also, like I said, just gets too soft behind the blade. Coming to next with the masked one, a really good one. It gives you a really good look. Just gets a little bit more steeper into that tailhead. I like to set that one down just ever so slightly. We talk about blade to set. I like the density of that one, just too loose on the handle. We round out the class also with the young lady. That's a really good one. That one's good in condition. We just needed more muscle and power and shape on that one. Just gets a little bit more thinner bone for me also, but it's still a really cool one to round out the class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
In 10th place, Haley Kristoff, Klein Kane. 9th place, Victoria Williams, Klein Oak. 8th place, Emma Cuevas, Klein Forest. 7th place, Addison Buck, Klein Oak. 6th place, Hannah Glasgow, Klein Collins. 5th place, Aslan Vandenberg, Klein Collins. 4th place, Monse Bedoya, Klein Forest. 3rd place, Anne-Marie Paul, Klein Collins. 2nd place, Olivia Kishnick, Klein Kane. 1st place, Alyssa Gonzalez, Klein Kane. And returning for showmanship from Class 5 Goats, Aslan Vandenberg, Klein Collins. Anne-Marie Paul, Klein Collins. Olivia Kishnick, Klein Kane. Haley Kristoff, Klein Kane. And Addison Buck, Klein Oak. All showmanship chip winners, start making your way to line up. Again, all showmanship chip winners for goats, start making your way to lining up.
Show this season? Raise your hand. I've had the pleasure of teaching for a long time now. I'm getting close to my retirement, but I'll tell you what, still got some more years, about 5 or 6, so in me. But I'll tell you one thing, I've had the pleasure to go from East Coast to West Coast and evaluate animals for livestock associations, the FFA 4-H groups, and there's no better thing, no doubt about it. I wouldn't be in this show ring for my opinion. And you say, well, who's this guy? I don't know, never seen him before in my life. And I've been around livestock all my life. I actually had a small herd of goats and show goats and sold the whole herd. Eventually couldn't keep up with them because of my career. But I'll tell you one thing, these don't disappoint at all. No doubt about it. In my travels all over the United States, and actually got to judge the Great Alaska State Fair this summer, so punched that one out on my bucket list. But I'll tell you one thing, there's great livestock everywhere, and so and this is good livestock. I say great livestock, because the kids put the great in it, and we got to remember that. Yeah, we can win and we can lose, and that's all right because we're human beings. But I'll tell you one thing: if you got a kiddo out here that got first or second, even some of those thirds or fourths, and all the way down in some of those classes, so deep in quality, and so the kiddos, the ag teachers, administrators, everybody that puts a show together, you thank them, because without them we don't have this, and we don't have kids buying the animals either. So hey, thank yourself, parents. Hey, let's give them a good round of applause. But it truly excites me. I love coming to this show. Like I said, I did my student teaching here many moons ago, and so, but I truly like this school district and the values and the core values of what they teach their children, especially in the ag world. No doubt about it. Got some of the greatest ag teachers here. I know sometimes we don't always we disagree and agree sometimes, and that's all right. We're human beings. But I'll tell you one thing: the work and the care and the love, you can see it right out here, and it's an example of the quality of these animals also. So y'all go and y'all thank y'all's teachers or whoever helps you with showmanship or whatever to put the equation together. But such a very nice show, such good quality animals also. Commend yourself, exhibitors. I'll tell you one thing, I'm not going to go sit down and talk about every one of them, but boy, these just good ones. These make good ones, and they make good balanced ones. And so I talk a lot about on this perspective of making sure that, hey, they have market quality all the way. I mean, that lightweight is a jam-up good one, no doubt, from head to tail. This muscle and shape, the one behind it also, just so cool over the top. Young man gets in here with that short-bodied one, but boy, such good rib in that one, and this value of loin, no doubt. The young man has a very unique one, a cool-looking one right over the top, the blade to set. Young lady, we're getting these two heavyweights also. You can compare and contrast them also. One of them just may be a little bit more tighter right there over the blade, and how that one sets down into the loin. Very, very nice. And so, hey, one more. I'm gonna go out and shake the hand of your champion. But hey, let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Y'all been a great audience. And man, that's what makes it all better, is having such a great audience and having such a force behind these kids and promoting what they're doing. No doubt, I'm a father myself. We show a lot of livestock, and we enjoy it. We're a livestock family, and it's very, very humbling to go and evaluate livestock, because I like it, and I have every chance when I can, I do it. And my family allows me to do it. But I'll tell you one thing, it's been a great day out here. I enjoyed the swine showmanship. You're going to have a great look from a young lady from Sam Houston, a doctor, and she's going to give you her points of view on showmanship, and she's been evaluating you. So that's awesome. You get to have another great look in showmanship, the ones that made it. And so, hey, look at thank the ones that made it, and say, hey, congratulate them. Say, hey, you made it. Maybe I didn't make it. And that's all right. That's just got good friendly competition, and I can see amongst you, y'all got great manners also. But hey, once again, thank y'all. God bless. Have a great auction also, and safe travels home.
I didn't say this a while ago, but hey, thank the sponsors that sponsor these trophies and awards for the show, because it wouldn't be possible to have a great auction and great sponsorship also. So thank those people if you see them in the community, because I call these community shows. The kids are in their ag jackets and all fitted up and look very well. I'm a product of an ag program also that got to show in their jackets and official dress. So it's always neat, and these kids are sharp dressed, and that's one thing you put into the equation also, but being a good showman. But I'll tell you one thing. There's another one out here. I kind of picked this one apart just a tad bit on a structural issue, but still it's so good when you put the handle on that one. And boy, just the shape of muscle, and that just ties in so good. A very nice one, a really good one, and a very complete one when we get that one right here, pin here into the alignment. But boy, I'll tell you one thing. There's another one out here. I thought that was really good over the top and the shape and the rib. I'm going to go shake the hand of your reserve. But hey, one more time, let's give him a good round of applause. Let's make some noise.
Your grand champion goat, Lillian Perez, Klein Kane. Reserve champion goat, Caleb Hampton, Klein Oak. We're going to split showmanship into 2 rounds. Class 1, 2, and 3 will go first. Class 4, 5, 6 will go second. And then we will have our finals. While Dr. Hoffman works through this first round of goat showmanship, we'd like to thank Mr. Jacob Dietze for coming in and judging our goat market show. And as we'd also like to thank our goat show sponsors today. The goat show is sponsored by the Stockinger family. We'd also like to thank the following sponsors. The Grand Champion Buckle, sponsored by Heaton Feed and Supply. Grand Champion Trophy, sponsored by Donna and Caitlin Patterson. The Reserve Champion Buckle, sponsored by Miss Cynthia Smith. Showmanship Buckle, sponsored by Willow Creek Ranch of Tomball. Showmanship Trophy is sponsored by TNG Utility. Reserve Showmanship Buckle, sponsored by Cannon Parlor. Again, if any of our show sponsors are available after the show to take photographs, we would like you to meet over here at the backdrop with our exhibitor winners.
All right, good afternoon. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause. I won't talk just a whole lot about what my ideal showman is here until we bring in heat number 2 and go into our finals. But what you'll see is I kind of went through, divided it amongst our top 6 here that are going to be advancing to the finals or in the center of the ring here to my right. These students, I just think, do a little bit better of a job in terms of eye contact, ring presence, and being sure that the animal is set at all points in time. You noticed I went through, talked individually with each one of the students who are left standing in this showmanship today. Overall competition is really deep, guys. And I know, right, these are animals. Sometimes they're not going to want to cooperate with us. But the biggest thing that I always try to tell students, especially with showmanship, is showmanship starts whenever you enter the ring and it doesn't end until after you leave. And so with that, let's go ahead. Let's give these kids a big round of applause as we excuse them. And we'll bring in our next heat.
Wave 1 callbacks. Make sure you're up here at the front so we can get you checked in. Again, wave 1 callbacks. Y'all need to make your way to the front to get checked in. If you are in the back area where we are lining up the goats, can you please exit the facility if you are not working or an exhibitor? We need that space so we can get this showmanship wrapped up.
All right, let's give these young people a round of applause in Heat 2. Similar to before, I can tell every single kid in this ring right now is going through. They are giving it their all. I can tell that this is a passion for a lot of them, so please go ahead and give them another round of applause. We'll go ahead, we'll transition into our finals for showmanship, for goats, and we'll go ahead and excuse the rest of these young individuals from the ring. Let's give these kids a round of applause again. I will say, every time that I go through that I get asked to judge a show, no matter the species, I always go through and I always hope that they ask for me to do showmanship. Showmanship is, to be honest, my favorite part of any livestock show, to actually see how these animals and kids are able to go through to interact and to be able to see the passion and the fire in their eyes. And I think that's something that every single one of these young individuals out here in this ring currently have. What I look for in a good showman is I want to see intensity in the ring. I want to see eye contact the entire time. I want those feet and legs to be set proper, square to the animal's natural skeleton. Whenever they're bracing, whenever I go in for the handle, they should feel firm. And whenever these kids are going through and are walking these animals, I want their leg to be even with the goat's front shoulder. I want that head and neck to be nice and extended and upright, making a nice 90-degree angle. Other thing you'll probably go through that you noticed that I did, I'm an educator, so I kind of can't help it. I went through and I asked these kids 2 questions about their projects. I think that it's important that they understand the mechanics of these animals, as well as being able to go through and successfully evaluate them. I know it's already been a long afternoon and these kids are looking at me like, is she ever gonna finish talking? Is she gonna go through? Is she finally gonna select a winner? And so one last remark that I'll go through and make before selecting our champion and reserve champion goat showmanship is I just want to quickly go through, say thank you to all of the volunteers, all of the ag teachers, all of the parents that go through, that put in a lot of effort and time into these projects. And then let's give one last round of applause to these kids.
Your grand champion showmanship for goats is Kaylee Peters, Klein. Your reserve champion is Ariel Munoz, Klein Kane. any goat, trophy, or buckle sponsors that are in the building, we would like to invite you back to the backdrop to get a picture made with the exhibitors. Also, Grand and Reserve Goat, Market Goat, Grand and Reserve Market Goat. Our Ag Ambassador would also like to get a picture with you at the backdrop, please.
Class 1 American Heifers, please make your way to the ring. Class 1 American Heifers, please make your way to the ring. Once again, Class 1 American Heifers, please make your way to the ring. Class 1 American Heifers, please make your way to the ring. As we prepare to kick off the Breeding Beef Heifer Show, the Breeding Beef Show is sponsored by King Ranch Ag and Turf. We would also like to thank the following sponsors: the Grand Champion Buckle, Todd and Beth Yoakum; Grand Champion Trophy, Sieber Dairy; Reserve Champion Buckle, Bob and Erlene Klein; Showmanship Buckle, Brian and Jenny McGowan; Showmanship Trophy, the Heckler family; and Reserve Showmanship Buckle, Stockinger Show Supplies. Please make your way to our photo backdrop to take a photo with your winning exhibitors if you are present. Alrighty, are we ready? We are ready for Class 1 American Heifers to enter the ring. Class 2 American heifers, please make your way to the ring. Class 2, please make your way. Our breeding beef heifer show is judged by Dean Futch, is a distinguished figure in agricultural education and livestock management with a career spanning over 3 decades. He earned his bachelor's degree in agricultural science from Texas A&M University, followed by a master's in education. Fox dedicated 28 years to educating students in Columbus, Bowling, and Katy. Since November 2020, he has served on the Burton School Board as a respected breeding beef judge. Fox has officiated at numerous livestock shows. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dean Fox in the show ring.
Test. Nice way to start the evening with your breeding heifer show and class 1 of your Americans. These 5 heifers I think are all nice cattle. Heifer that leads off the class, the San Gertrudis heifer, she's the most complete for me. She's a huge top, big hipped, and stout enough in her overall makeup, and yet she's attractive enough through her front 1/3, and I like that a great deal about her. Love the fact that she's soft, love the fact that she's maternal. Primarily, though, she gets there because she outmoves the heifer in second. The heifer wins the class, just way more flex in her hock, way better at the ground. The heifer in second, the Beefmaster heifer, man, I love her profile. Beautiful headed, beautiful neck, square topped heifer, deep enough and so appropriate in condition. I think that's a very, very good heifer to stay in second. Her issue is she's straighter out of her hock. She's more upright when you set her in motion, needs to flex a little more for me. The next pair of heifers are very similar in type and kind, and cattle that are long-bodied, cattle that are feminine in their overall type and kind, but cattle that just get a bit shorter about their hip, get a little rounder about their hip. And then we close with the tiger stripe heifer. Not as much to her today. She's a little bit smaller, not as much performance in her as the two that go right above her. She's right in her line. She's right when you set her in motion, just needs a bit more time. Good class from top to bottom. Congratulations to them.
Entering the ring now is Class 2 American Heifers. Class 3 American Heifers, please make your way to the ring. Once again, Class 3 American Heifers, please make your way to the ring.
Results for Class 1 American Heifers. In 5th place, Ashlyn Stanfield from Klein Collins. 4th place, Olivia Jaquilliard, Klein Oak. In 3rd place, Victoria Begley, Klein Oak. In 2nd place and coming back for Showmanship, Ashlyn Lehman, Klein Oak. And 1st, Savannah Manzel.
What a nice class of heifers. Class has a lot of quality all the way through, and I'll just tell you, if you close this class, you still have an awful nice heifer. Just they all fall in one class. The top pair is an interesting pair. I go back and forth on those cattle in my particular mind, but I land on the heifer that just gives me just a touch more stoutness, and she's not there because she's stouter. She's there that I think when you set that one in motion, she's a little easier, she's a little softer, she's a little bit more flexible, monster hip, big top, nice look through her front 1/3. And in a rugged package, that's hard to put one that pretty together. Nice job by that young lady. Heifer in second. Probably at first glance, more my type and kind. Comes higher out of the point of her shoulder. Really one of those little-headed, good-necked ones, awful clean down through her chest floor. A lot of shape as you read her through the center portion of her body. She gets a nickel shorter in her overall hip design, maybe pushes just a bit of condition for me, and it wants to set them just a little more at an angle than would be ideal for me. Awful good pair, though, on the top side. The spotted heifer that comes 3 has some good parts to her. She's big-bellied, she's stout-boned, she's long-fronted, she's cowy in her overall appearance, plenty maternal. Too much flex and softness in her rear pastern sets them down too harshly there for me. And then primarily for one with that much stoutness, she needs to be wider pinned. She gets narrower as I read her from hooks to pins. The next black heifer, if she can move just a little easier, can move way up. She's a smooth-made one. She's just right on in her condition. She's soft enough, and she's one that I think is stout enough. She's marginal in her bone work, but there's enough there for me. That heifer gets a bit more restricted when I set her in motion. The red heifer's, again, one with awful good parts. She's big-bellied. She's nice enough fronted. She's another one that if when I get behind her, she's not as good out of her hip as some of the cattle. The red heifer, the girt heifer that comes next, she's a little bit bigger, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. She's a nice heifer. Little bit plainer from end to end, not quite as much balance. The heifer that closes gets just a tick rounder, gets just a tick harder in her overall makeup. Nice class, though. Really competitive all the way through.
Results for Class 2 American heifers. In 7th place, Reese Hitchcock from Klein Cane. In 6th place, Cheyenne Craighead from Klein Cane. In 5th place, Chloe DeBoard, Klein Oak. In 4th place, Rayleigh Hale, Klein Cane. In 3rd place, Aiden Bengus, Klein Cane. In 2nd place, Sophia Hager, Klein. In 1st place, Reagan Shaw, Klein Cane. Coming back for Showmanship, Reagan Shaw, Aiden Bengus, and Chloe DeBoard.
In his third class of American females, the Brahman heifer that leads it off, I think, is just an awful nice female. She's tremendously feminine. She's tremendously flexible. She's one of those really long-bodied ones, really up-headed ones, good-fronted, nice in her hip, deep enough in the center portion of her body. Some guys might criticize her navel. She's supposed to have a little navel. I like that heifer a great deal. Good job, young lady. Nice female leading off. The next female's big-bellied and so soft in her overall makeup, and I would guess that heifer's bred, and I'd guess she's on down the line in her gestation. With that, she's